Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, shall we turn to item 5? Item 5, the correction of votes and proceedings of Thursday, 30th July 2026. We start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page number 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Yes. Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I believe that the language in the body of the resolution and the resolution number 38.
Which page?
Page 28. Speaker, the acreage, as in 63.00 kilometers square, should come after. So it should read limited for the mining of gold in Wasa Achimpim, in the Wasa East District in the Western region, covering 63.00 square kilometers. That's how
Limited for
was
mining
transferred
of gold
verbatim.
in Wasa.
But it's wrong. It's wrong. So, Speaker,
Yes,
I'll get
yes.
to the table of it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Very well. Honorable Dafiamapo, as much as I can appreciate where you are coming from in terms of the grammar, I'm told this is how the agreement came.
Yeah, so, Speaker, I agreed. Once he said it was lifted verbatim,
yes,
we can correct it. I'll do so at the table.
Very well. Honorable members, page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page number 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page 50. Page 51. Page 52. Page number 53. Page 54. Page 55. Page 56. Page 57. Page 58. Yes, Honorable Jaramed.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but I would have to get us to go back on page 7. And yesterday, my friend was here, Dr. Nogbe, the MP for Ashaman. In fact,
the MP for
Ashaman. Ernest Nogbe. I've seen that he's been marked absent.
Yeah, table, kindly acknowledge that correction. I saw him myself.
Yes.
Yes.
Unless we saw his corpse.
Yeah, yes, actually he didn't record his name, yes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Eric Afo was here.
Yes, Eric Afo. He even moved a motion, yes.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
So, table. Yes. So, honorable members, once again, I will encourage you to register your name once you come to the chamber. That's the only way, at the moment, that's the only way we can ensure that your name is registered. So please, let's do that. Until we go full digital, let's try and do that. Page 57. Page 58. Page 59. Page 60. Page 61. Yes, Honorable
Speaker,
Damiev.
item number XVIII, that's item number 18 on page 61. The MD of Cocoa Marketing Board, he has a doctorate. So it's Mr. Wisdom Dugbe. Dr. Dugbe, yes. He has a doctorate. So I'm sure it was a misnomer.
Yes, we appreciate it, but we don't know how he himself registered his name. So if he registered his name as Mr., then we cannot sit here.
Speaker, it's a matter of public knowledge. He used to actually be a principal policy advisor to the minority caucus.
I'm not arguing with you. My only concern is
yes.
as to whether he himself registered his name as Mr. But I'll ask the table to check.
Mr. Speaker, I believe it was miscapturing of the information.
Well.
He has a doctorate.
Well, table, kindly look at it. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Speaker, I don't know why my brother wants to put himself in this trouble. You don't need any controversies. Allow this to go, especially if you cannot show any proof. Don't fall into this trap.
So, Honorable Jali,
Yeah.
I have asked that the table look at
How
the
you registered his
original.
name?
Yes.
You never know. You never know. So,
Page 60, page 61, page 62, page 63, page number 64, and finally page 65. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, the 30th of July 2026 is accordingly adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, we want to take item number 7 because item number 6, our colleagues whose statements, especially B and C, they are immediately not available. So we pray that we vary the business and take business under item number 7 so that we can lay the papers listed under 7A, I2, 26, XXVI, and then we take item number B, local government. So, Speaker, in the absence of the Minister for Education and then the Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs, it's been established that a senior member can do so. So I want to pray that the First Deputy Whip, Majority Whip, lays the papers on behalf of these two ministers, Mr. Speaker. But thank you.
Yes, minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't have any objection. Thank you.
Well. So, leadership, before we do so, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our revered visitors at the public gallery. We have Moms Memorial Academy, their leader is Mr. Bismarck Asige, who is the head teacher, and the school is located in the Pong Katamanso constituency. Pong Katamanso constituency. I'm told your number is 64. The second group is Fiden School Complex. Fiden School Complex. Your leader is Christopher Danso, who is assistant administrator, and the school, once again, is located in Pong Katamanso constituency. Pong Katamanso constituency. And your number, I'm told, is 67. The third group is Drobonso Local Ghana National Association of Teachers. Drobonso Local Ghana National Association of Teachers. Your leader is Mauko Patrick, who is the local secretary, and the group is located in Sechere Afram Prince constituency. Sechere Afram Prince constituency. I'm told your number is 55. The next group is University of Ghana, Legon. University of Ghana, Legon. Your leader is Ruth Emefa Adongo, who is the vice president, and you are located in Ayawaso West Wagon constituency. Ayawaso Wagon West constituency. And I can count your number, you are 5. The next group is National Commission for Civic Education. National Commission for Civic Education. Your leader is Asani Mohammed, who is the transport officer, and you are also located in the Kole-Krote constituency. Kole-Krote constituency. And I'm told you are 9 in number. We also have Pentecost Preparatory School. Pentecost Preparatory School. You are being led by Richard Dazi, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Tema East constituency. Tema East constituency. And the last but not the least group is Adwenase DABC School. Adwenase DABC School. And you are here being led by Abraham Asari, who is a meeting secretary, and the school is located in the Amansia South constituency. Which constituency is called Amansia South? You have Amansia South constituency? You have Amansia constituency, and we have Odotobri constituency. We have Manson Kwanta constituency. We have Mansour Dubia constituency, but we don't have, and all these constituencies are Amansia. We don't have Amansia South constituency. Yes, Honorable.
We don't have any constituency called Amansia constituency, for the record.
Bekwai constituency.
Yes.
We have Bekwai constituency.
There are few constituencies within the Amansia area.
Yes.
Including Bekwai, Jakobu.
We don't have Jakobu. We have
Odotobri.
Odotobri.
District capital is Jakobu.
Yes.
Yes.
Then we have Manson Kwanta and Mansour Dubia.
Yes.
Well.
So which of them were you referring to?
Probably I may refer them as from Bekwai. Adwenase. No, yes, Adwenase is in Bekwai. I share boundary with them. From one of my communities We get to Adwenanse, yes, from Bekwai constituency. So, all of you, you are welcome, and we wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament. Thank you very much. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me vary my earlier prayer. Speaker, fortuitously, the Minister of State is in the House. So I will vary my earlier prayer that the Honorable, my first deputy should do this on behalf of the ministers, because now we have a minister in the House. I pray that the Honorable Lydia Kamvariba will take this. Yabuama. Today is Friday. She's Honorable Lydia Kamvariba. Yes. Why you didn't hear Kamvariba? You did not, because you were not paying attention. So, Speaker, we want to pray that she will lay the papers on behalf of the Minister responsible for education, as well as the Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Speaker, we are not opposed to the Chief Whip's application. I've just observed that the minister in question has been made redundant.
Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, there is no money going to the minister's ministry.
Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, she's been made redundant.
Honorable Jerry.
Except laying papers, she only comes and helps to lay
Honorable
papers.
Jerry.
Why? Is it a paper laying minister?
Honorable Jerry, will you listen to me? Honorable Whip, don't.
Mr. Speaker. You see, I've been advocating that we should be careful the things we say about ourselves. It's a very serious statement he's made about the Honorable Minister. She's not a paper-laying minister, with all due respect. So the comments by my brother Jerry should be expunged.
Honorable Table, kindly expunge that.
It shouldn't feature in the records at all. She's not a paper-laying minister, with all due respect.
Let's admit
she's
that.
A minister of state, properly so-called. She's a minister of state, properly so-called.
Table, kindly expunge that from
what
records, please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I don't think we should just move so quick to expunge that from the record. The majority, Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip, the government whip can help this House by telling us how much was allocated to the minister and how much has been released to her. So if you can prove that, then you can say that what the Honorable Jerry is saying is not true. But if you cannot provide any counter facts that the minister was allocated this so amount and this amount has been released to her, but for what we know, no allocation to her and no releases to her. So what the honorable colleague is saying is true. Prove us wrong.
Thank you, honorable members. I've already ordered. Honorable Chief Whip, let's move on. I've already ordered that we expunge.
Mr. Speaker, these are serious matters. Serious. The first deputy minority whip is a leader of this House. He was here when we presented the 2026 budget. He was here when we presented the mid-year review budget. If he's of the opinion that there's no allocation in the 2026 budget for her ministry, he can file a question. He knows what to do. He can file a question. But Mr. Speaker, this attempt, there's a subtle attempt to anyway, we'll leave it there, Mr. Speaker.
So, table, please expunge that aspect, I insist. Yes, Honorable Minister of State, member for Tampani. Yes, kindly do as the honors. Yes, 7A, I.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Mines and Energy for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Seventh-day Adventist College of Education, Aguna Asante, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bagaba College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the EP College of Education, Bimbila, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Whole Technical University for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Commander College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. John Bosco's College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Cape Coast for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Wesley College of Education, Kumasi, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gambaga College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Dambai College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Al Farouk College of Education, Wenchi, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Our Lady of Apostles College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Peki College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Ambrose College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Jessica College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Francis College of Education, Hohoi, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Media, Arts and Communication for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Chartered Institute of Bankers for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Evangelical Presby College of Education, Amejofe, for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brekum College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akrokeri College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Iwaso College of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the annual audit statement of 7A, I, IV, VIII, IX, XI, XII, SIV, SVI, SVII, XXXXXXI, XXII, XXIII, XXIV, XSV, SXVI have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. Yes, the B. Minister, may you do us once again the honors?
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gomwa East District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Wasa Menfi Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ayawaso Central Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Wa East District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the annual statement of 7B, I, and IV have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we want to plead with you that she does the C, D, and E. The other paper.
C, D, E, F, G, H. Well. Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Health Insurance Authority for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the annual statement has been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report. Yes. D.
Annual report of the Right to Information Commission for the year 2025.
Honorable members, the annual statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs for consideration and report. E.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the paper has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior for consideration and report. F. F, the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee is not here, so we plead with you that a member of the committee, Ernest Nogbe, does it for us.
Now let me find out from you. Has the committee met? Are you sure? Okay. Yes.
Leader, I'm not sure about this because the image. No, Mr. Speaker, I just confide in one of our members of the committee, the Dr. Kabiru. The committee haven't met on the public procurement. The last time at their workshop, I went there and they did not consider this matter when they were at their workshop. I visited them and they didn't consider it. So I just confided in Dr. Kabiru and he confirmed that it hasn't been done.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I see where the confusion is coming from. The meeting was rather in respect of a prelaying consideration of the LI, the regulation. So it was not in respect of the bill. So we'll stand that down. We'll stand that down, and then we'll move to take item G, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, G. Is the chairman of the local government?
Yes. Speaker, the chairman, the Honorable Queenster, is not available. So I pray that Honorable Napari, who is a member of the committee, will lay this on behalf of the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
Very well. So, honorable member, kindly do as an honest.
Report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the annual statement of the audit committees of the MMDAs in the southern part of the country for the year 2024. Report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the annual statement of the audit committees of MMDAs in the northern part of the country for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the report have been duly presented. I direct that these reports be distributed to honorable members. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the other
Item number 8.
the other papers, page 6, item number 8.
The chairman is here. So,
The chairman is
yes,
here.
the chairman is
Which one?
H,
H.
on page 6
Very
of
well.
the other paper.
Very well. Human rights. Okay, very well. Yes. Honorable members, page 6, items 8H. Yes, Chairman.
Report of the
Hold
committee.
Hold on. Chairman, what did you do? Yes.
Report of the Committee on Human Rights on the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Older Persons in Africa. Report of the Committee on Human Rights on the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Africa. Report of the Committee on Human Rights on the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security.
Honorable members, the reports have been duly presented. The direction is that the report should be distributed to honorable members. Yes.
There's one more in the series, item number I, on page 7.
Yes.
Yes. The chairman is here, sir.
Yes, Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. The direction is for the report to be distributed to honorable members. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we have laid all the papers that we did. We have 2 statements. If we may have to go back to item number 6, 6B and 6C. I still don't have my colleague Fifi Bachman.
Well. So we revert to statements. You have 2 statements and I have another one.
Yes.
Which
Speaker,
concerns APU. So we'll add it to making 3.
Speaker, the problem is that the other statement standing in the name of Dr. Ket Nawani is not ready to take it immediately. So, Speaker, may I pray for...
Then let me ask Honorable Sherry.
There's a statement?
Yes.
Admitted. Great.
Yes, so
we can take,
let me, that
we
one
can take Shirley's
is in
statement.
respect of APU,
Okay.
and I want her to read that statement.
Very well.
Yes, Honorable Member for Achuman Wabiaja South, you may read your statement now. Honourable Member, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement in commemoration of African Women's Day, observed annually on 31st July, and to convey the message of the Women's Parliamentarians Caucus of the African Parliamentary Union, APU, of which I have the honor of representing the Parliament of Ghana as a delegate. African Women's Day is an appropriate occasion to celebrate the legacy, resilience, and invaluable contributions of African women to peace, stability, democracy, and the socio-economic development of our continent and the world. It also reminds us of our shared responsibility to continue advancing gender equality and women empowerment. Right Honourable Speaker, this day commemorates the African Women's Congress held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in 1962, which led to the establishment of the Pan-African Women's Organization, PAWU, the first continental movement created to unite African women in the struggle against colonialism, the eradication of apartheid, gender discrimination, and social injustice. Today, we honor the vision and sacrifices of those pioneers and recognize the remarkable role African women continue to play as leaders, peace builders, entrepreneurs, caregivers, and agents of sustainable development. This year's commemoration is under the theme, Women Securing Africa's Water Future, Advancing Sustainable Sanitation and Water for Agenda 2063. The theme recognizes the central role women play in the management, conservation, and governance of water resources and highlights the disproportionate burden that inadequate access to water and sanitation places on women and girls, particularly in rural and peri-urban communities. The time spent fetching water often deprives women and girls of opportunities for education, economic empowerment, and participation in public life, thereby reinforcing inequality. Right Honourable Speaker, the Women's Parliamentarians Caucus of the African Parliamentary Union continues to advance and advocate for the implementation of international commitments on women's rights through concrete legislative reforms, gender parity, gender-responsive budgeting, and effective parliamentary oversight. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to ensure that these commitments translate into practical actions that improve the lives of women and girls across the continent. As we commemorate this important day, let us reaffirm our commitment to promoting gender equality, empowering women, and creating inclusive societies where every woman and girl realizes her full potential. Let us also celebrate the resilience and achievements of African women, whose contributions continue to strengthen our families, communities, and nations. Right Honourable Speaker, here in Ghana, we are privileged to witness the remarkable contributions of women to national development, peace, and social cohesion. Ghanaian women continue to play indispensable roles as mothers, caregivers, educators, entrepreneurs, farmers, health professionals, traditional leaders, public servants, and political leaders. Within our homes, they nurture families, instill values of tolerance, respect, and responsibility, and serve as the first architects of peace and unity. Across our communities, they champion dialogue, mediate conflicts, support livelihoods, and contribute significantly to the economic and social well-being of our nation. Their resilience, dedication, and leadership have been instrumental in preserving Ghana's peace and stability. As we celebrate African Women's Day, we salute the invaluable contributions of Ghanaian women and reaffirm our commitment to creating an enabling environment that empowers them to participate fully in national development and decision-making. Right Honorable Speaker, I joined the Women Parliamentarians Caucus of the African Parliamentary Union in calling on all African parliamentarians to use our legislative mandate to advance gender parity, protect the rights of women and girls, and promote sustainable development across our continent. Let this African Women's Day serve as a testament to our unity, our shared purpose, our unwavering determination to build a more just, inclusive, and prosperous Africa for present and future generations. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, I just want to put on record an observation. So, Speaker, the leadership of the Minority Caucus wants to put something on record. The notice for commencement of today's proceedings was given as 10 a.m. We are aware that a respected public servant, politician, statesman was today receiving some, Mr. Speaker, let me put it plainly, his funeral was being conducted. We're all waiting in our offices, only for Parliament to start sitting without notice to us. Mr. Speaker, the practice is that there is always conclave preceding sitting. We didn't know anything, and then a deputy clerk, Mr. Kamilu Puaman, called my deputy whip that they are processing into the chamber. When the front bench of the minority was empty, Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable, very unacceptable. We will not accept that. Communication is key. Nobody told us. Our phones have been on. We were seated in our offices having meetings, and this should not happen. And Mr. Speaker, you are with all of us. A simple call would have resolved it.
I don't think we need to, because yesterday we adjourned the House to 10 a.m. We started today's proceedings at 12:30. And we confer from the Speaker's office. It's the Speaker who asked me to start proceedings. So at the time, the leadership were not present, apart from Honorable Comfordoyo. But we couldn't say that if the leaders are not there, we wouldn't start proceedings. So probably, I don't know, minority leader, I don't want to say it, but we went beyond the time allotted for today's proceedings. From 10, we started at 12:30. So I don't think we need to split our heads on this. Yes.
Speaker, I share in the concerns of the minority leader, but today was a special day because the state funeral of the Honorable, the late Ambassador Victor Gbeho ate into our sitting time. So myself and my deputy leader, who was also not here, and leader himself too was not here. It's only my first deputy who was at conclave. But like the practice, like we practice in this house, the Honorable Lorette Koko stood in for the minority bench before I came in. And she was holding the fort before the other leaders came. So I don't think that this should be a matter that, of course, ably, she held the fort. So the minority leader should rather be commending Koko for holding the fort, steering the affairs until his other colleagues came in. So it should be okay. There was nothing untoward about. As for the notice, we all had the notice yesterday. The city will commence today. We don't need any other special notice again, given the special circumstances of the day. So I plead with him that he should let it go so that we can deal with the matters at hand. So minority leader, you are welcome, my brother.
Mr. Speaker, the burden of my call has been misconstrued, and it must not be misconstrued, and shouldn't be misconstrued. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we are always assisted by the table office. The point is that it shouldn't be that none of us, the five, is informed. And whilst they are processing, a call is made. Crown Prince, do so and do so prudently. I believe you understand how I've coded it, Mr. Crown Prince. We will not accept this, and the records must reflect that. We are being embarrassed by this particular conduct. You don't know what I know. This should never happen. We will not accept it. In the least, we must be protected.
Yes, Honorable Comfort, do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sherry Che has made a very wonderful and beautiful statement about women. Discrimination about women. And she has put the fire on. And we are all charged to contribute as women. If you have grievances, don't come in when we women are discussing women issues. You have grievances, wait when we finish our issue. When you were not there, a wonderful woman was sitting in front of the front bench of the minority, taking charge of what you are supposed to do, all the affairs. So why are you disturbing women when women are working? I beg, put your grievances aside. That's when we finish with women issues, then you bring it. Honorable Chair, we are with you. Now, Speaker, 1 year, then leadership, so that we move. We are talking about women equality and discrimination about women. So don't put the fire down. I beg, please sit. Your grievances, we will speak about it. But now we are talking about women. Let us wait. Let us finish with the women issue. It's about discrimination or about women, how women will progress, how women will move on. So don't interfere. We beg. Sit.
Speaker, I know that Honorable Doyo is making the submission on a lighter note, but the records do not record how lighter those words were. Don't get the burden of the call wrong. It is not about interfering in the statement. We are interested in this statement. We want to support the statement. In fact, the leadership of the caucus endorsed the statement and ferried same to the Speaker. We have no doubt in the competence of Honorable Koko Asante. Indeed, she is a member of the Finance Committee of Parliament from our side. That's not the issue. The issue is about the communication. So please let the record reflect accordingly.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as much as I appreciate where the minority leader is coming from, I also would like to urge the leadership that whatever we are doing for the good of the country, and the public is also watching us. It will not be fair. It's not only for today, but at times we assigned ourselves that we are coming at this time, and the time will come and nobody is here. So as much as I appreciate where the majority leader is coming from, I also would like to urge leadership that if we say we are coming at 12, at least leaders, let's avail ourselves in such a way that it will not happen that we will allow a backbencher to occupy the seat as an appropriate leader. So as much as I listen to him, let's also take this advice cautiously, because whatever we are doing, the public is also watching us. At times we say we are starting at 10, we are starting at 12, times 2 hours, 3 hours, and we are still not starting. So please, that is why whoever is presiding, don't decide the time by himself. We consult leadership when are we coming the next day. So if the leadership decide that we are coming at 10, then it means it's also incumbent on leadership that at 10, at least we should avail ourselves for proceedings to start. So I appreciate minority leader, I appreciate where we are coming from, but please let's also take this into consideration. I thank you so much. So, yes, Honorable Helena Ntoso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me to contribute to the statement made by my colleague at the other side. Mr. Speaker, on this day, as we celebrate African Women's Day, we celebrate women, we celebrate mothers, we celebrate market women, we celebrate teachers, we celebrate nurses, farmers and entrepreneurs, and leaders who are builders of the African nation. Mr. Speaker, women are peacemakers. Without women, there wouldn't be peace in this country. So we appreciate women. So as we celebrate women, African women on this day, Mr. Speaker, may I urge colleagues and this House that they should be advocating for women to have access to farmlands, access to the right to maternal health and the reproductive health. Mr. Speaker, more often than not, if you go to our local communities, you realize that it is women who are actually small-scale farmers, especially in rice farming, maize farming, granules, beans, etc., etc. But they do not have access to credit facilities where they'll be able to get money or resources to be able to expand their farms. So as we're celebrating this day, I urge my colleagues that when budgets are being presented, we should make sure that our budgets are gender-responsive budgets so that women will be able to have access to whatever they need in our society to be able to help, because we know that women are also responsible, or they are mostly in charge of taking care of our homes. Without women, there will not be any peace in our homes. Without women, even children will not be able to benefit from where they are supposed to be benefiting from. So on this day, as we celebrate women, I pray that the women of this country will also have their equal share when it comes to political appointments. Without women, this country cannot move forward, Africa cannot move forward. We should not leave women in political appointments. If you look at the percentages that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad to know that women representation at these assemblies is just 4%. 4% at these assemblies. If you come to Parliament, we know that here women are only 14.5%, which is below the international targets of 30%. If by the year 2026, internationally, we're supposed to achieve a 30% representation, Mr. Speaker, and we are still trailing behind, we are still 14.5%. When are we going to arrive at 30% representation when it comes to political representation? Mr. Speaker, international targets also tells us that we are in 2026, by 2028, we've got to achieve 35% representation. Mr. Speaker, this year, 2026, there's not going to be any election. So if there's not going to be any election and we are still 14.5%, when are we going to achieve the 30% representation that internationally we're supposed to achieve? So, Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate this day, my prayer is that the men who are here, the next election, where women are contesting, don't contest them. So that the men who are here, when women are contesting, because we've got to achieve the 30% representation, don't contest where women are contesting, so that we'll be able to achieve the 30% representation that internationally we are supposed to achieve. Mr. Speaker, I celebrate all women on this day. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Reverend, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable Koko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by Honorable Shirley Che to celebrate and recognize the Africa Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that African women are the backbone of the Ghanaian society, and even in Africa generally. Mr. Speaker, they play a pivotal role in our local economies. They are traders, they are farmers, entrepreneurs, and they are leaders in their communities. Yet, many a time, they are not elevated to leadership roles, and that is a problem. We must advance gender equality and gender parity. And as the Honorable Ntoso said before me, we have to start in leadership here. Even in Parliament, how many women are in Parliament? We're about 41 from both sides. We have the affirmative action, we passed the affirmative action bill, and yet we're not really implementing it. It's on the books. Because if we were implementing it truly, there will be many more women in government right now, but there's not. And even when women are given leadership roles in government, sometimes it'll just be like a token. You'll be given the position, but it won't be substantive. And so you're just there. But I won't get into those details. Mr. Speaker, the theme on this African Women's Day is water. Women securing Africa's water future, advancing sustainable sanitation and water. Mr. Speaker, water is life. And there's no doubt that women and girls in our communities are the ones who have the burden of carrying water, fetching water, carrying water, and even managing water and protecting our water resources in our communities. And yet, when it comes to the policies that affect water, the women's voices are not heard. Women's voices are not heard in the policy halls or the boardrooms. They're relegated to the background, and yet they have this burden that even affects them. A lot of times, girls who miss school time during the mornings or the afternoons because they are fetching water for their communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I support amplifying the voices of women and also advancing gender equality and advancing recognition for women so that when they're in, they can also advance to leadership positions. And when they're in leadership positions, they're supported, they're not intimidated, because sometimes women in leadership positions are intimidated and are told to shut up. Excuse my French. So I support I support this awareness. We need to make people aware of gender equality and gender parity. And we need not just to walk the talk, but to actually do it. And that will start from this government. Appoint, with all due respect, appoint more women in leadership positions as ministers, not just deputy ministers, substantive ministers with serious portfolios. Yes. And not just, and listen, I respect the Ministry of Gender a lot, but it doesn't have to be a woman at the Ministry of Gender. Ministry of Roads can also be a woman. Ministry of Energy can also be a woman, but hardly in government. And I'm not talking about the NDC government alone, even the NPP government. We don't put women in those roles. It's about time that we put women in those leadership roles, because what a man can do, women can do better. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now let him come to leadership. Yes. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to contribute to the statement made by our Honorable Member of Atruma, Wabia South, Honorable Shirley Che, in commemoration of the African Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Honorable Member for this timely statement for this year's theme, because one of the things we need to remind ourselves on is that access to water, and it's not just clean water, it's both access to water and clean water that we are talking about here. It's something that we cannot merely look at as an environmental issue, but something that we need to pay particular attention to in our quest for health, good environment, and then the well-being of mankind. Unfortunately, it is women and girls and women and children who suffer most when it comes to inadequate supply of water, and not just water, but clean water. We spend valuable time moving to search for water, especially in the rural areas. Now, very soon, it will be happening even in the urban centers. Because we as a country are not protecting our water sources. Even the available water made to us, we are using it to conduct galamsey, thereby polluting the waters. What are the women doing? Today, I want to urge our women that we have to be policing these activities, because we suffer most when we don't have water to drink, when we don't have clean water to drink. And it is our responsibility, wherever we find ourselves, to ensure that we will make sure those who are the polluters of our clean waters are taken to task. Women, be aware. I want to plead with you, wherever you are, that pay particular attention to this. Because very soon, Mr. Speaker, we have pronounced and we are predicting that very soon, it will not even be 5 years, Ghana, as we see it at this point in time, will be buying water, because we have taken our time to pollute all our water sources, and we cannot get any clean water to drink. And I wonder if we want to indulge ourselves that way. If we want to indulge ourselves in that manner, then that will mean that the whole country will be suffering from all manner of waterborne diseases, which we cannot predict. It is important that we as legislators, our responsibility extends beyond commemorating such days. It is important that through our legislation, we'll be able to enact laws to ensure that those who perpetrate in these activities are taken to books and are duly punished. It is our responsibility to also make sure that the budgetary allocation for supply of clean water, we as women, as legislators, are ensuring that adequate allocation is made to ensure the supply of clean water. It is our responsibility to ensure that our environments are kept clean. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to add my voice to our sisters who have already spoken, that the government, every government, must ensure that we have women in leadership. If I say leadership, appointees and everywhere, to ensure that these adequate allocations of funding, these monitoring of ensuring that our waters are not polluted, are done without any problem. It is only when we are in such positions that we'll be able to do it. Why am I saying that? Now in Ghana, we say we have passed affirmative action law. We have the affirmative action law. How are we implementing it? Please, it is important that we come up with a clear map of how we are going to do it. It is important that each and every sector will have a way of contributing and ensuring that at least 30% of our women are into taking critical decisions and are in leadership role. Mr. Speaker, without much to say, I want to plead that today, as a special day, we pay particular attention to women and their needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Philip Fifi Bockman, are you ready to also take your statement? Or leadership? Yes. Leader, I'm sorry. Let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the maker of this statement. On paragraph 8 of the statement reads, as we commemorate this important day, let us reaffirm our commitment to promoting gender equality, empowering women, and creating inclusive society where every woman and girl can realize her full potential. Mr. Speaker, I really thank the maker of this statement. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who supports women to climb the ladder. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for giving us a woman as a Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. I would like to thank the Speaker of Parliament for supporting women to even go ahead to support us to have affirmative action for Gender Equity Act at 1121. We are happy for that. And as at yesterday, when he came here, he spoke about the spousal property rights bill, which means Speaker have women at heart. And we thank all of them. Mr. Speaker, wherever you find a woman, and especially those in the communities, and you see them struggling, at times, when you see a woman coming, you can read from the face that this is a single mother struggling for the son or daughter to enter university. Mr. Speaker, you don't need that woman to come closer before you call her to support her. Just call that woman who is close to you and say, Madam, come. This week, take this 20,000, invest it in your business. And if you do that, you have helped the whole family, because women are really struggling and women are suffering. Mr. Speaker, let us find a way to support women in every way that we can. Mr. Speaker, whatever we do, God knows why He brought women. And if you look at justice system, before even somebody will give judgment in the whole world, unless you pretend to be a woman before you can give judgment. That's why they put on the wig, which means women are very, very important. Mr. Speaker, as Becca said, women, I see a woman. Every day in the mirror, I see a woman. And every time I look at the mama, I see a woman. So, Mr. Speaker, let us support women. Let us help them grow. Let us look at how best in education will feed them. Mr. Speaker, even in Parliament here, the Affirmative Act will start from here. Now, if there is going to be recruitment in Parliament, we will, as women in this chamber, we will also be asking whether the women who have applied have been considered and they have their fair share. And we won't end it here, but everywhere recruitment is going on. We will ask the Minister of Interior, how many women has he been able to do so far? And how many women have applied? And how many women have been able to get their police, their immigration, and the rest? Mr. Speaker, it is time we give women attention, because if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Comfortdeyo, as to whether Parliament here, women are disadvantaged is another thing. I'm told most of the recruitments are in favor of the women in Parliament here. So I think Parliament here we are doing our best. So can I call the next person, that is Honorable Philip Fifi Bachman, Kwesimentim, to also make his statement. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement is captured, and I pray that same be captured by Hansard. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw the attention of the House as Ghana celebrates a historical visit of the World Carnival Commission's president. Mr. Speaker, the visit is to show to the world that Ghana is endorsed. Ghana's masquerade and fancy dress, Ghana's festivals, Ghana's celebration of its culture is endorsed. Mr. Speaker, evidence shows that festivals drive economies, and with the right support, it attracts over 550,000 international visitors and generates millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, the Black Star Carnival Initiative, which has been earmarked by the Federation of Masquerades and Fancy Dress, which is to come off somewhere in October, would ensure the transformation of our cultural expression. Mr. Speaker, for over a century, we have celebrated our masquerades in places like Sekendi Takoradi, Winneba, Agona Swedro, Salt Pond, Cape Coast, Mankasim, and others. They are rich in culture, full of creativity, vibrant, and uniquely Ghanaian. However, we've kept them at the level of occasional celebrations. And the time has come to prove beyond that, to structure it, grow it, and make it a strong national industry. Let us all come on board to celebrate our festivals wherever we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, just this morning, we celebrated the launching of the journey to Nkrofol at the Kwame Nkrumah Museum, where our venerable leader was present with other important dignitaries. Mr. Speaker, in total or generally, I would want to call on all of us to take our festivals very serious, to take our carnivals very serious, and to make sure that we lift it to the level where international visitors will come in and enjoy from it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will take one commentary from each side. Yes. No, I'll call you, because this carnival is very prominent in Takoradi. So comment on it. 1-1, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my twin MP from Kwesiminti, Honorable Fifi Bachman. Speaker, I believe that the issue about carnival and those matters are very important for our culture, as well as our arts and craft industry. Also, when we take our tourism, this is one area that if we take it very serious, it's going to boost our entertainment and recreational sector. Mr. Speaker, if you take Carnival, one of the best areas you can enjoy it is within the central and western regions. Every year in December towards Christmas and the New Year, it is one of the most important ceremonies or festivals that you have in the western region, particularly Takoradi, Efia, and Kwesimintim, amongst others. And so when you have a group of people trying to bring their thought together in promoting carnival celebration, it is important that we support it. My worry has always been that as a country, we have not capitalized on our strength in boosting such industries. And so if you take the Ministry of Tourism, the question is, how well have they integrated these various kinds of important celebrations into our national culture and architecture? If you take the Kwewu Easter, it became a national project that we boosted it to become what it is today. But when you take the carnival celebrations, we've not been able to synchronize it within our national priorities. And so I will call on the Ministry of Tourism that they should consider identifying key sectors, key areas that boost our tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, traditionally, when we were kids and we were growing up and you go through Winneba and you saw those fancy dresses and the rest, it was one remarkable feature one would always want to behold every year. And so as a house, I believe that another challenge that the ministry talks about is lack of financial releases or lack of adequate budgeting and releases. Once the Minister for Finance is in the house, Honorable Kesiel Ato Forsen, once you are in this house, we want to remind you that tourism is very key for this nation's development. If we play our cards well in tourism, you can get a lot of revenue from the tourism industry. And the carnival sector is very important. So please pay attention to that sector going into the next year. Release budget so that the tourism industry can flourish. Mr. Speaker, without more, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Finance, will I take the commentary from you? Yes, anyway, I want somebody to comment on it from this side. And I'm looking for someone from the Cape Coast Western region enclave. No, Honorable Minister for Government Communications, let me hear you. About carnivals.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I think that it is an important point that my colleague has raised in his statement. Many associate masquerades and what people call colloquially fancy dress with the people of the central and western region. I think it's a culture that has gained traction over the period. But in recent times, both in the central and western regions particularly, it has gained more prominence. More people have come to associate with it. I know that people travel from far and near to be part of the masquerade, especially in the western region. Indeed, the last pictures and videos I saw from the celebration last year was quite impressive. What that means is that a new frontier has been opened in terms of our cultural manifestations. For centuries, we have celebrated festivals traditionally, which reminds us of our past, where we have come from, and the need to preserve our way of life. But there's a need to modernize what is done in order that its tourism potential can be better sold. And I think that the emerging trend, where both in the western and central region, a day is set aside to mark these masquerades, is one that has to be lauded. Mr. Speaker, when I was a child, I used to be extremely scared about these masquerades, especially those who put on masks and appear frightening. And I recall that one of the tactics that my parents used to discipline me was to invite a neighbor who used to pose as such to put on this dress and scare the hell out of me so that I'll comply with my parents' dictates. And it worked. It worked like magic. But as I grew up, I came to understand that it was nothing more than having fun and expressing ourselves. So I think that as a nation, we may want to look at it as one of the ways that we can deepen our cultural engagements. Tourism, for a long time, has been ranked as the third highest revenue earner in terms of foreign exchange. But I think that more can be done going forward to explore the advantages that it presents. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I lend myself to the statement made by my colleague and encourage colleagues to also share their perspectives on the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we bring statement time to a close. Let me thank the makers and all the contributors.
Speaker, in fact, my attention has been drawn to the fact that we have two more statements. One in the name of the Honorable Dr. Ket Nawani, and another in respect of a colleague, a former colleague who has died. Yes, but the finance minister is here to lay an instrument. So we can do that quickly and then take our two brothers in respect of their statements.
Well. Yes, leader.
Speaker, that will be item number 8 on page 7 of the order paper. That's Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2026, standing in the name of the Finance Minister. Speaker.
Honourable members, respectfully come with me to page 7, item listed 8. Item listed 8, presentation of instruments, and I will respectfully invite the Minister for Finance to do us the honors.
Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2026.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why the Majority Chief Whip want to assume thinking for me. Because, Mr. Speaker, Order 97.3. A short explanation statement shall be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. So if the Finance Minister can give us...
So are you requesting...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes. If the Finance Minister can give us...
Well. Minister, kindly give us a brief.
Mr. Speaker, even though the same standing order allows me to decline, but Mr. Speaker, I will accept the invitation to give a short explanation because, Mr. Speaker, it is very important.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister cannot say that even though he can decline under the standing orders. If you read the standing order that I quoted, 97.3, it said a short explanation statement is mandatory, shall be made by a person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation. So, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister, you don't have a room to navigate there. It's shall, so you have to. So you can't say even though you can escape it. So make that explanation. I demand it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Whip forgets that once upon a time I was occupying the position that he's occupying. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to Standing Order 97. He made reference to 97.1. I refer you to 97.2. And 97.2 says that if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. The same standing orders, Mr. Speaker. And so, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the person presenting the paper may decide not to. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying I will not. I will do at this point because I recognize that it's so important for us to make that statement.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Finance Minister, when it comes to legality, maybe you should be able to get your Chief Whip to bail you. You are a finance person. The 97.2 is instances if you want to do it by yourself. But 97.3 is when it is demanded by a member. So if you read 97.2, it says that if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon presenting the paper. But the three I quoted said a short explanation statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested. That's the distinction between the 2 and 3. Where requested. So you know, your minority leadership didn't last long. I was your senior in leadership because I was a leader before you came. I was a leader before you were made a leader. So, Finance Minister, so I'll guide you accordingly. So, explain.
Yeah. Honorable Habib, that is why I inquire from you whether you are insisting on that. So, Minister, just give us.
Mr. Speaker, Habib has the pension of flogging his seniority at the front bench. But he's forgotten that experience in terms of procedure and the rules is not about being senior in leadership. It's about longevity on the floor. Yes. And the Finance Minister is a long-serving member of this floor. Yes. So there's no way his understanding of the rules is different than that of the Finance Minister. In the meantime, the Finance Minister is ready to give him, in fact, he won't give him a short explanatory memorandum. He will give him the full.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip is also confirming that he is equally my junior in leadership. That's what he's also confirming. I've been a leader at the front bench 4 years before he became a leader. So he should understand that I'm still his leader.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, this is my 18th year in this House. 18 years of being a member of Parliament.
How many years are you?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Public Procurement Amendment Regulation 2026 seeks to, for the first time, introduce the procurement lead time and to shorten it so that we can together curtail the practice of sole sourcing and restrictive tendering. Mr. Speaker, following His Excellency the President's directive that we should, as much as possible, come with an amendment to curtail sole sourcing and restrictive tendering, the Ministry of Finance conducted an investigation into what is actually causing the sole sourcing. Mr. Speaker, it came to our attention that the processes towards procurement is what is actually leading to the sole sourcing because it takes a bit too long. This amendment is to shorten the lead time and add it to the law. The Speaker, in doing so, requests for quotation following the approval will now be reduced from 11 weeks to 5 weeks. Right, Honorable Speaker, international competitive tendering for goods will be reduced from 50 weeks to 14 weeks. Mr. Speaker, the national competitive tendering for goods will also be reduced from 26 weeks to 8 weeks. And the international competitive tendering for works will be reduced from 77 weeks to 15 weeks. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, the national competitive tendering for works will also be reduced from 47 weeks to 9 weeks. This is to shorten the procurement process and not to give advantage to sole sourcing procurement. The Speaker, accordingly, we have also submitted a bill to this House, and we will hope that before when this matures, we will now take the bill on the bill to amend the Procurement Act to make sole sourcing more or less a prohibition. And then going forward, national competitive tendering would now become the new order. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have accordingly completed pre-laying with the Subsidiary Legislation Committee this afternoon. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to accordingly present what has been accepted at the Subsidiary Committee. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The instrument has been duly presented. It is officially referred to Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, would go back to item number 6, I believe, to continue with the 2 outstanding statements standing in the name of Dr. Ket Nawani and then my brother, Honorable Abednego, in respect of our former colleague who has just died. So we'll take those 2 ones and then we'll do with the rest of the matters.
Very well. Honorable Member for Nabdam, may you take the floor and read your statement now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health to commemorate the World Hepatitis Day, which took place on Tuesday, 28th of July, and which was observed globally under the theme, "Let's break it down." This theme is both timely and compelling. It calls on us to break down the barriers that continue to stand between millions of people and the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of viral hepatitis. Mr. Speaker, viral hepatitis remains one of the leading causes of death from infectious disease globally, claiming more than 1 million lives each year. Despite being preventable and treatable, hepatitis continues to silently affect millions of people because many are unaware of their status until serious complications such as liver cirrhosis and liver cancer develop. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, hepatitis B remains a significant public health challenge. It is estimated that approximately 1 in every 8 Ghanaians is living with chronic hepatitis B infection. This translates into millions of our citizens who are at risk of severe illness if they are not diagnosed and linked to care. Yet access to screening and treatment remains beyond the reach of many, particularly in our rural and underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, let's break it down. Must mean breaking down the barriers of ignorance through sustained public education, breaking down stigma that prevents people from seeking care, breaking down financial barriers that make hepatitis testing and treatment unaffordable, and breaking down systemic barriers that limit access to essential services. As legislators, we have a responsibility to champion policies and budgetary allocations that strengthen hepatitis prevention and control. We must invest in routine screening programs, support universal access to hepatitis B vaccination, especially the timely birth dose for newborns, and ensure that effective treatment becomes affordable and accessible for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if Ghana is to achieve the global target of eliminating viral hepatitis as a public health threat by 2030, we must move beyond commemoration to deliberate action. The fight against hepatitis cannot be won by the health sector alone. It requires political will, sustained financing, and strong partnerships across government, civil society, and our communities. I therefore call on this honorable House to renew its commitment to supporting policies and investments that will accelerate hepatitis elimination in Ghana. Let us make hepatitis screening a national priority, strengthen our healthcare delivery systems, and ensure that no Ghanaian, and I mean no Ghanaian, suffers or dies simply because they could not access timely diagnosis and treatment. Mr. Speaker, on this World Hepatitis Day, which took place on the 28th of July, let us break down the barriers, break the silence, and break the cycle of hepatitis transmission and preventable deaths. Together, we can eliminate hepatitis. Together, we can save lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So now, members, we are taking one commentary from each side. Yes, Professor Bayo. Prof,
Thank
you
you
have
very
the
much,
floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my committee chair, the Honorable Dr. Ket Nawani. Mr. Speaker, hepatitis is a significant infection in this country. Some 3 million Ghanaians are living with hepatitis B, and unfortunately, many do not know their status. And the prevalence is higher in adolescents, more than in the adult population. The transmission of hepatitis B, if we need to break the cycle, is one of the areas that we have to focus on. It can be transmitted through vertically from mother to child. It can be transmitted through contact with infected blood. And it can also be transmitted through sexual contacts. Mr. Speaker, hepatitis B is 50 to 100 times easily transmitted through sexual contact compared to HIV. And I want to emphasize that fact. So for non-immune persons, hepatitis B, the risk of transmission through sexual contact is 50 to 100 times more likely compared to HIV. To put it in other terms, if you have an unprotected sexual contact with someone who is HIV positive, as compared to someone who is hepatitis B positive, you are 100 times more likely to get hepatitis B compared to HIV. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore very important that we look at the prevention. And once we contract this condition, the progression is dependent on our immune response. In neonates, newborns, they have a very high chance, 90% chance, that hepatitis will progress to become a chronic disease. In adults, however, only 4% chance. For immune-competent adults, when they contract hepatitis B, their system is able to clear the infection. But there's a high chance that it can be reactivated when their immune system goes down. It is for this reason that if we want to eliminate or control hepatitis B, we have to tackle the mother-to-child transmission and vaccination of the neonates, because it is their immune system that is not matured. And when they get it, they are likely to develop chronic hepatitis. It is a reason why the prevalence is also high in adolescents compared to the adult group. And in that range, I want to raise one particular concern. As a doctor who has been taking care of pregnant women most of my life, most mothers will do everything to minimize any risk that their child will get hepatitis if they know that they are hepatitis B positive. But they are faced with one challenge: the cost of the immunoglobulin. On the average, it costs between 600 to 930 Ghana cedis, which many women, especially people in the rural areas, cannot afford. So you educate them that if you take this vaccine and you take this immunoglobulin, within 24 hours, if you give it to your kid, within 24 hours of birth, the chance of the child getting this infection from you is almost eliminated. And yet they know, but they cannot buy this medication. So I want to make a clarion call on the National Health Insurance Authority to try and make sure that this life-saving immunoglobulin is captured under the benefit package so that mothers can take the necessary steps to prevent vertical transmission to their children. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we can prevent hepatitis through safe sex, avoiding contact with infected products, and then vaccination of the neonate. If we do this, we can indeed break the cycle and minimize the prevalence of hepatitis B in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you. From a medical doctor angle, let me go to a pharmacist angle.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an application.
Okay.
From the information given out there and the statement itself, this is a very, very interesting topic. And I would like to make the application that we make it 2-2 plus leadership. Because I think every MP will have to be very particular about this, especially when it's so prevalent in the adolescent age, so that we know what to do. Thank you, Mr.
Well. I think the application is well placed, and we will consider. So,
Speaker, 2-2 is fine. Just that we should stick to time.
Well. So, please,
yes.
time. Make it 5 minutes, please. Yes. Let's hear you, pharmacist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to also appreciate the maker of the statement, Dr. Markert, for this day as we commemorate the World Hepatitis Day. Mr. Speaker, I will want to encourage that this House move from just the normal commemoration of Hepatitis Day, then possibly every single year as we celebrate it, we should rather come to this House and look at measurable and evidence-based progress against this viral hepatitis. Mr. Speaker, the other speaker talked about the high prevalence rate. And with the high prevalence rate, Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to be able to detect it if we don't encourage a more global screening. Mr. Speaker, screening sometimes is done when people have to go to hospitals. But we believe that we can move from this screening and make it more available to people based on the already existing platforms. Mr. Speaker, we have people going to pharmacies, going to hospitals, and going to chip compounds. I believe that we should make this, the rapid diagnosis test, more available readily so that people can have it, get to know their status. We are talking about 3 million. How many of these 3 million know about the viral status as far as hepatitis B is concerned? Mr. Speaker, then when it comes to prevention, we do give people vaccines to prevent it, whether they do the 2 doses or the 3 doses. And sometimes people will take 1 dose and forget about taking the other dose. And Mr. Speaker, this is mostly a requirement for the health sector, where if you have to be employed in a health setting, you are made to go and take your hepatitis B vaccine for prevention. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to move beyond just the health sector and encourage as many. If government will say, now that we have the Minister of Finance here, at least the Minister of Finance will make sure that every public employee is made to take this hepatitis B vaccine, at least either the 2 doses or the 3 doses. Then with that, we will reduce the exposure rate across the country. Then, of course, we make the rapid test more available and easily. Many people within their area will have a pharmacy or a chip compound. How can we make this rapid test easily available and free for people to be able to get access to? Mr. Speaker, regarding the child-to-mother care transmission rate, I think we have to also focus about closing the gap, because whether we like it or not, it's existing. So as we make this commemorative statement, probably this year we need to know the status, the gap. The next year when we come in to talk about such a statement, we'll be focusing on how closer are we as far as the gap is concerned. Then, of course, Mr. Speaker, as far as affordability is concerned, because some people are exposed to it, how will we make treatment more affordable? I know there are antivirals such as the tenofovir and entecavir for chronic hepatitis B. The Minister of Finance is here, so I'm raising these things back and back to him. Because if we don't get them treated, it leads to other diseases, it leads to messing up with their liver, and it leads to we losing, the end result, we losing people beyond, before their time. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll entreat the Minister of Health Because if you are talking about NHIS putting it on their formula, the Minister of Finance is to make that happen. If he doesn't make provision for budget, it won't happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the maker of the statement, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat, with the rapid diagnosis test, we should make it easily available, especially with the existing platforms that we have in Ghana. Thank you.
Well. Yes. Whip.
Mr. Speaker, may I pray for the fact that we should suspend the statement time and go back to the order of business, and pray that we take the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026. Speaker, that will be an addendum, order paper addendum. I believe that...
It's just laying?
Yes, we'll just lay.
Okay.
We'll just lay. So just to notify that, and Habib is not opposed at all, Mr. Speaker.
Let me listen to him.
We have consulted him appropriately.
Let me listen to him.
No, I have consulted him appropriately, so I don't even know why he wants to talk.
My brother, let me listen to him.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the majority chief will want to actually put words in my mouth, but it's okay. I'm his senior in leadership. Mr. Speaker, the minister can lay the paper.
Yes. So, SDA College of Education, Asokoli Kufuodia, you are duly acknowledged. I've seen that you are checking out. You are duly acknowledged. Have a present stay in Parliament. Yes. Thank you so much for coming. Yes. Honorable Minister for Finance.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil and the road fund levy on fuel oil, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It's the first reading and is accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report. Yes, so we continue. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, since there is energy related, if the leadership of the Energy Committee can be added to the Finance Committee to look at it.
Yes, that's the application.
Speaker, that's in order.
Well. So the leadership of Energy Committee is accordingly advised to add to the Committee on Finance for the consideration of this very particular report.
Speaker, may we now go back to item number 6, the matters under consideration, the statement.
Let me continue with the commentary of this particular statement.
Yes, so that's why we are going back to item number 6, statement time, to continue with the commentary.
Well.
Thank you.
Yes, happy to be here, Dr. Anaba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the statement ably made by the chairman of the Committee of Health and ably supported and commented by very renowned doctors and pharmacists in the chamber. The World Hepatitis Day, which falls on the 28th of every July every year, is supposed to be used to educate the public to know about the high risk of contracting hepatitis, how to prevent it, how to treat it. My colleagues have ably explained how it can be contracted, how it can be treated, and how it can be minimized. I want to go on the tangent of advice to the public regarding lifestyle changes which is needed in case you contract hepatitis. 5% of West Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, have hepatitis, and actually they don't have symptoms until they are casually checked and they get to know they have hepatitis. It does virtually nothing to them. But the problem is when they are diagnosed. With our current state of social media with fake information, and our traditional way of treating people of certain diseases. Even medications that we use, prescribed by doctors, sometimes some of them can cause problems for you if you have hepatitis. I want to start by educating the public on some of the things which is eschew when we have hepatitis. After all, we've been told how to prevent yourself from getting it. Some medications are very ingenious to the liver. So if you have hepatitis, it means your liver is sick, is at a risk that if you add more load to it, you have problems. For example, if your leg is broken, what do? You stay away from limping on it by using crutches. But when people have hepatitis, the tendency that they will get advice from unauthorized people, uneducated people about health, to consume certain things in our villages. I am a doctor and I've experienced it. People don't really die out of the hepatitis. They rather die out of what we take in addition to the disease itself. They take some herbal medications that you don't know the way of elimination. If you take a drug that its elimination must be done by the liver, you are creating more problems for the liver, even though you might be safe if you don't even take any medication. For example, common paracetamol. If you abuse paracetamol because you are working very hard and you have hepatitis, you damage your liver the more. So you end up dying from the paracetamol and you think it's the hepatitis. Drugs like ibuprofen, people who work very hard, push trucks, carry blocks and the rest, if they have hepatitis and they are fine, the moment they start abusing the drug because of pain, they have serious problems. Green tea, that we take to make ourselves very comfortable. If you take too much of green tea, extract of green tea, when you have hepatitis, you have serious problems with your liver. So it is not only the hepatitis, but I'm advising the public to be careful with items with drugs and food items and supplements that can cause you to have problems. Look, in medicine, we use amoxicillin and clavulanic acid to treat pneumonia, to treat infections. But if you have hepatitis, and you just go to the over-the-counter drugs, who are now selling very expensive antibiotics, they'll give you that drug. You go and take, and the clavulanic acid would accelerate the damage to your liver. So this is the advice I am giving to people. If you have hepatitis, see your doctor to prescribe drugs for you. Don't go to a herbalist who will give you a concoction that you don't know the means by which it is eliminated. And at the end, you damage your liver and kill yourself faster. Because as I speak to you, I have patients who have hepatitis and they are very healthy. Stay away from alcohol. Stay away from drugs that are not prescribed to you by your doctors. So, general advice. Ask Prof. Bayo, he will tell you that if somebody has hepatitis and you have it, without protecting, you are 2 times more liable to get it than HIV. So that is my advice. Don't abuse medications that you don't know when you have hepatitis. Get doctors to advise you and spell out medications that you should be taking when you have hepatitis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement and to say that once the medical doctors and the pharmacists have spoken, there is little that we can add. But Mr. Speaker, I want to share some live experience on this matter with the House. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I want to acknowledge Dr. Anaba, because Dr. Anaba was the doctor. I'm not sure whether he will remember. I'm not sure whether Dr. Anaba will remember sometime in 2015. I sent a brother of mine to his facility that was around Zujung, Kakpa Ayile, where he was operating from. Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Anaba, are you listening?
When I went to Dr. Anaba's facility with my brother, who had hepatitis, Dr. Anaba, after examining my brother, told me that it's difficult to communicate to your brother. Your brother has less than 2 weeks to live. give or take, and that I'm only going to lessen the pain that he may go through, and that the stage of the liver has deteriorated so much that it is difficult. So I had to manage the information. He gave my brother medication. He returned to the village whilst I was managing the information because I could not tell my brother that he had less than a month to live. When they went home, Mr. Speaker, they returned to Tamale that it wasn't better, that they wanted to seek further medical attention. I couldn't send them back to Havana Clinic. I had to send them to the Tamale Teaching Hospital. Whilst there, I was also counting time because I knew, and based on the professional advice, it was so difficult. And just within the space of the time that he predicted, my brother passed on. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the only case. There's one other case of a young boy who was with my brother also passing away due to hepatitis. Mr. Speaker, when it happens, there are certain misconceptions. They associate it to poisoning, that having had the swelling of the liver and the stomach getting swollen, people associate it to poisoning. And they may associate it to some witchcraft in the various communities. Mr. Speaker, it is a serious issue that from the make of the statement, he brings our attention to the fact that 1 out of every 8 Ghanaian is having or is prone to being hepatitis prone. Mr. Speaker, there's a need for us to give it attention, especially when we are commemorating World Hepatitis Day, Mr. Speaker. Apart from the behavioral, attitudinal issue that you have mentioned, I think that government, as a policy, will have to address it. I think that this kills more people in Ghana than HIV does. Hepatitis kills more than HIV or other viral diseases that we have in the country. So there's a need for us to give it attention. And I'll urge members of parliament, because of that, intermittently we organize screening. If we do screening, probably we'll be able to know, and people who are not actually affected can be vaccinated. I had my last shot of the hepatitis vaccine in 2015. I had the 3rd shot after the first one, the 2nd, and the 3rd one in 2015. I also urge members of parliament that if you've not taken the vaccine, please do the test today. And if you are still negative, please, you can take the vaccine and to prevent yourself against, especially hepatitis B. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank the maker of the statement and to say that let's take our health seriously and let's all combine effort in order to prevent or fight hepatitis on this particular day. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so are we taking the last statement? Okay, the leadership. But leadership, let me give you special attention. Allow me to suspend it for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me thank you for your indulgence. Yes. Now, leadership on the commentary on the hepatitis. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me commend the maker of the statement for using the occasion to educate Parliament and, for that matter, the country on this hepatitis B menace. Mr. Speaker, the issue is more serious than we think. We think about HIV, tuberculosis, and few others. But, Mr. Speaker, according to the Ghana Health Service report, almost 10% of our population are infected by hepatitis B. 10%. We have a single liver. And it's a virus that attacks the liver. So when your liver gets compromised and your immune system drops, you'll be on your way out. Unfortunately, sometimes you don't see the symptoms early enough. By the time you see, you'll be way gone. Speaker, we did some exercise some years back in my constituency, and the reports I had was very alarming. So I initiated this free screening and proceeded with treatment. And, Mr. Speaker, so far, we've managed to save lives. But I know many people believe that when you get hepatitis B, you'll be in a what to withdraw, Mr. Speaker. In other words, somebody has taken you to some juju man. So it is a juju. You have to withdraw. And your hospital, Mr. Speaker, we hear all of that. And they go for concoction. Mr. Speaker, what a member was sharing with us about people relying on herbs for treatment of hepatitis B. I have an experience in my constituency where one of the youths close to me had this situation. He was getting treatment and was told that, oh, it's a spiritual ailment. So the family members took him to the village. Within a week or so, we were told that he's joined his ancestors. And there, unfortunately, just the same day, he was buried. We didn't even get the opportunity of seeing him. Mr. Speaker, back in the days when I was active in my business, the entire company did the screening and we vaccinated. So I took the shots. It's 3 times. You do first, second, and third. And Mr. Speaker, 10 years after, I ran the test again to check whether I have antibodies or not. And the report required that I needed to do the booster. So I took a booster. I did that for the entire family, Mr. Speaker, and my workers as well, I ensured that they all tested. Mr. Speaker, let's not take this for granted, and I claim the attention of colleagues. A lot of our constituents are dying as a result of hepatitis B. A lot of them are dying. The last year, when the issue came up, the Minister of Health assured this House that he would take a policy paper to Cabinet for it to be added to the free treatment. Mr. Speaker, hepatitis B is not part of the free treatment we have, like we have for HIV and other tuberculosis and all of that. So mothers who have the infection
table, give him extra 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in the rural communities, those pregnant women cannot afford. So, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, they don't get the treatment and they transmit to the babies. This is a matter that we have to take seriously as a nation. I am trying my bit in Winneba. I believe many more others in this chamber are trying their own bit. But, Mr. Speaker, MPs, how much is your salary? And if you are even raising funds, how much can you raise for treatment? So, Mr. Speaker, I would plead with government. So far, we have not heard of any policy announcement from the health minister regarding the promise he made to Parliament. But at least we have the benefit of the presence of the majority leader in this chamber. I have also seen the finance minister. I have seen the roads and highways minister. These are very powerful individuals with very powerful portfolios in government. Please, let us as Parliament make a name for this 9th Parliament by ensuring that we make a strong case for government to make hepatitis B treatment as one of those treatments that government would cover under the health insurance or even the new Ghana medical care, which you guys call it a certain, I don't know. Well, Mr. Speaker, that was not the law. Mr. Speaker, that was not the law. Mr. Speaker, that was not the law. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Health Medical Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Let us, if possible, add hepatitis B to it. Mr. Speaker, it is not. It is not. Hepatitis B, unfortunately, is not. So, Mr. Speaker, that said, I would want to thank you for the opportunity and pray that all of us would make it a point to educate our constituents, get them to test and vaccinate. And those of us in this chamber who have not vaccinated, let's vaccinate. It's not only transmitted through sex. The food, sweat, and other body contacts other than sex can get you into trouble. So, Mr. Speaker, that said, I would want to thank you for the precious time afforded me. God bless you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been said already. The medical doctors in the chamber have given us what I consider as adequate education. My colleague, the minority leader, has given us his own personal life experience and the measures that he has taken. I urge all colleagues to take your medical reviews very serious. There are many of us who hardly ever attempt to do medical checkups. If you take your medical checkups seriously, it will be easily detected what is there and what is not there, and assistance can be extended to you before it gets to a situation where little can be done. So I urge all colleagues, and not just all colleagues, I urge all Ghanaians to take the issue of medical checkups seriously. Very often, we are reluctant to spend a little on medical checkups, but that negligence results in the development of ailments that sometimes we will pay 1,000 times to attempt to cure. And sometimes, no matter how much we spend, the situation is incurable. So let us not be afraid of spending a little for medical checkups and then end up wasting so much, and sometimes not even be able to cure the ailment. The issue of government taking up some of the cost for pregnant women has been highlighted. And I think that this Parliament should pursue that matter in next year's NHIA formula. I don't believe that it is too much to ask that when it comes to pregnant women, the cost of assisting them so that they can prevent mother-to-child infection and even take care of they themselves is beyond our capacity as a country to do. So I support the call of Doctor that we should make sure that for pregnant women, we should deal with that. I also want to urge that we should rethink the way that we spend on our health sector. We spend so much money treating and trying to cure people, and we don't spend that much trying to prevent people from falling sick. Today, we are talking about Mahama Cares. If you look at the approval that we have given in terms of money to Mahama Cares, over 1.1 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated to Mahama Cares. And the fund basically deals with non-communicable diseases. But what are the causes of non-communicable diseases? Just physical exercise, one of the major causes. People not exercising. But we're not designing our cities and communities in such a way that we encourage people at least to engage in exercise. So we need to rethink how we spend on healthcare delivery in this country. And that should apply to the case of hepatitis. So colleagues, all the appeals made, let's take them on one after the other. And I believe as a House, we'll be able to make an impact in reducing the cases of hepatitis B in our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I hope we can bring... Yes. Honorable members, unfortunately, one of the former member of parliament passed on, and I think it's befitting that we listen to a tribute to his memory. Come again. We should do it before we come. Yes, my. Very well. So, Honorable Abednego, please take the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to pay tribute to a distinguished statesman, an accomplished educationist, a servant leader, and a former member of parliament for the Bunkpurugu Yunyu constituency, as it was called. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Dut Emmanuel Kwame, affectionately known as Teacher Yupyung. Teacher Yupyung simply means a teacher with gray hair. He was named Teacher Yupyung because he developed gray hair at a very early stage. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dut's passing is not only a painful loss to his family and the people of Bunkpurugu, but also to this august house and the nation at large. His life was one of sacrifice, humility, integrity, and unwavering dedication to public service. Mr. Speaker, before entering politics, Mr. Dut devoted nearly 3 decades of his life in shaping young minds through education. As a teacher, a head teacher, and an assistant headmaster, he inspired generations of students with discipline, excellent, and strong moral values. His commitment to education laid the foundation for many successful lives across the Bunkpurugu and Yunyu constituency. His transition into politics was driven not by personal ambition, but by an enduring desire to serve his people. Having earned the trust of his community through local governance and grassroots leadership, he was elected Member of Parliament in 2008, where he served diligently in the 5th Parliament for the Republic of Ghana. Even after leaving office, he continued to honor promises made to students by personally financing their education, demonstrating that leadership is defined by responsibility long after political office. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dut was equally remarkable for his compassion through his personal resources. He ensured that widows, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable members of society continued to receive food support after donor assistance had ended. His actions reflected a firm conviction that true leadership is measured by service to humanity. He was also a devoted Christian, an active member of the Catholic Church, a loving husband, father, a mentor, whose faith guided every aspect of his public and private life. His calm disposition, humility, and commitment to peace earned him admiration across the political and social divide. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Dut Emmanuel Kwame leaves behind an enduring legacy of honesty, sacrifice, compassion, and selfless service. His life reminds us all in this House that public service is a sacred trust to improve the lives of the people we represent. On behalf of the people of Bunkpurugu and Yunyu constituencies, I extend our deepest condolences to his family, children, and entire Bankon and Najong No. 2 people, the National Democratic Congress, and all who mourn this great son of Ghana. May his exemplary life continue to inspire present and future generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request this honorable House to observe a minute silence in memory of our departed colleague. May the soul of Honorable Dutz Emmanuel Kwame rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I indulge you to take one from each side. One from each side. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has lost one of her most noblest son in the person of late Honorable Dut Emmanuel Kwame. Mr. Speaker, the late Emmanuel Kwame, as the statement highlighted, was an educationist. And Mr. Speaker, his job, his calling as an educationist in his generation was the noblest of undertakings that people around that area, in the northeast area, in the northern Ghana zone, were highly revered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you would find that most of the early politicians in the north were educationists because of the reverence people had for the impact, the knowledge they impact on a lot of people. And Mr. Speaker, it is not for any reason that you find Mr. Emmanuel or the late Emmanuel Dut to be elected as a member of parliament in the 5th parliament. Mr. Speaker, from the classroom as a head teacher, he imparted a lot of lives. And Mr. Speaker, not just that, when he assumed the office as a member of parliament, in the midst of the limited resources, he donated his widow's mite in support of the less privileged in society, in support of the vulnerable in society. Mr. Speaker, it is not when they are dead that we need to acknowledge these people. And I think that from time to time, in acknowledgement of the contribution of these people, we must find an opportunity to acknowledge them, to honor them while they are still alive. Mr. Speaker, his contemporaries, some of whom are still alive, one is in my constituency, Chief Nabila Suleimana, was also one of the persons that we look up to during that particular time, especially in 2007, 2008, when we needed leadership for the Northeast region. And I think that Honorable Dut Emmanuel rose up to the occasion for the people of Bunkpuru Yuyu, and he led them successfully for one term. Mr. Speaker, as short as his tenure may seem, he did his best for the people of Bunkpuru Yuyu. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, those people, this House has actually, in the last session, undertaken an initiative in order to safeguard and provide security for those people by way of the MP's pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, many of these people, in their difficulty, does not have the state coming to look after them. And I think that this is an opportune time for us to look at the MP's pension scheme in honor of the many people who serve this particular House, and in their difficulty, the House has not been able to look after. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I wish the late Dut Emmanuel Kwame perfect peace, and I want to thank the maker of the statement for honoring our late member of parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, but be brief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this great man of our country. Mr. Honorable Dut Kwame, affectionately known as Teacher Yupium, is somebody that I've known at my primary school age. We were with him in Bunkrugu together when my father was a policeman. And this man has actually served Ghana, not only in parliament, but in school. He has taught a lot of us and helped us to bring us up. Honorable Dut Kwame actually has been so helpful in our community in Bunkrugu constituency. In 2007, when he actually wanted to contest as an MP, it took the whole constituency youth, women's group, to come out to support him for how he allows people and assists children education wherever the need comes. And because of that, when he contested, he won the election with so much majority, popular vote in the Bunkrugu constituency that up to date, people remember him that when you do good, you will actually be remembered. So we are today remembering this great man. It's not just for only in politics, but he has actually helped humanity and served people in women's group. And because of that, he had a lot of women's group within the Bunkrugu Unyo constituency where he used to assist. And after he left Parliament too, he continued to assist people. So it is a great day that we remember such a man. And I will encourage that we all emulate his lifestyle in future that we can speak good about after we have exited. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I indulge you to respectfully rise for a minute. May the soul of Honorable Duke Emmanuel Kwame and the soul of all former members of Parliament who have passed on to eternity rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Mr. Speaker, I thought those who have joined the Parliament are above.
Well,
that is a proper context.
That's another
Once you
angle.
leave this earthly Parliament, you join the Parliament above. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you should say so.
That is how lawyers, when you are doing
All
the
those
moot
who
court,
have joined the
that's why-
Parliament above.
Well. Yes, leadership. Yes, leadership. Any indication?
Speaker, we want to, the leaders will conclude the comments on the mid-year review. And that's item number 6, I believe 6A, Speaker, of the order paper. And my leader is ready. He can even do it in 25 minutes. He's ready. It doesn't need 1 hour, Mr. Speaker. So I believe that.
So how many minutes?
Mr. Speaker, 45 minutes is too much. Too much.
No, let's agree.
Yes, we
leader,
agree, Mr. Speaker. So the proposal is that we do 20 minutes for the two leaders. Because the backbench have done the talking. The back, everybody did 5 minutes, and they've done a lot of talking. Yes.
Well.
Speaker, the members had 5 minutes. So the leaders, we are proposing that we give them 20 minutes. That's times 4 of what the members had.
Yes.
And that's enough.
Yes, minority Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip know that there are a lot of mess in this country that we can't address it in 20 minutes. So Mr. Speaker, 45 minutes is fair. I wanted to request for an hour and a half, but 45 minutes is fair. So, Mr. Speaker, the time that we are using to debate on this issue, that our leaders can start. So, Chief Whip, let my minority leader speak. After that, majority leader can also conclude.
Honorable members, the compromise time I am giving out is 30 minutes each. That's compromise time. Please.
Speaker, let's place the matters in context. Members had 5 minutes. Members,
It doesn't matter.
including committee leaders, and even members of
It doesn't
leadership.
matter. I've already given out. So my
Speaker,
notice is that let's
do
hear.
25 minutes.
I've already.
Speaker, let's do 25 minutes.
I've already given out. Don't worry. My notice is that let's start. Your time starts from now. Timers, please. You can come here.
No, Mr. Speaker, let me.
Honorable Minority Leader, don't be. I mean,
the time hasn't started, but Mr. Speaker, no, that's not my time. There's a whole controversy they want to start. Mr. Speaker, the roads, no, Mr. Speaker, I have not started. Let us set the rules. The Roads and Highways Minister, he has abandoned the contractors and he has just come here to heckle. Mr. Speaker, I don't like where he's seated.
Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you have to warn him.
If I warn him, my roles will not be done.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to conclude comments on the mid-year fiscal policy review on behalf of the Minority Caucus. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance created an impression that the government has rescued the economy and that the government and the people have been relieved as a result of their so-called prudent measures. But, Mr. Speaker, behind the polished language, however, lies a different account. Public debt has increased. Development expenditure has stalled. Revenue depends heavily on gold. Oil receipts have underperformed. Transport fares, utility charges, and the prices of locally produced goods continue to burden households. Mr. Speaker, in fact, maize and rice locally produced by our farmers are more expensive than imported rice and maize. Mr. Speaker, in fact, those who are awarded buffer stock contracts to supply food for our secondary schools, Mr. Speaker, prefer buying from importers than locally produced rice and maize. This government has not put in place measures aimed at directing suppliers to buy from our local farmers. The minister, Mr. Speaker, has gathered selected statistics, arranged them for maximum applause, and invited the country to mistaken presentation for performance. I repeat, from what he's done, he wants us to mistake presentation for performance. We are not here to talk about presentation, colored, flowered grammar. We want to feel his performance in our pockets. Mr. Speaker, we the minority, therefore, have a clear duty. We will not assist government to degrade its records. We will not repeat its campaign claims under the cover of parliamentary balance. We will examine the minister's own figures and show that the celebration is premature, the foundations are weak, and the lived reality of Ghanaians bear little resemblance to the picture painted at the dispatch box. Speaker, this review is built around a familiar political method where a ratio improves, the minister hides the rising absolute figure. Where expenditure falls below target, he calls it non-performance discipline. Where commodity prices lift growth and reserves, he claims structural transformation. Where inflation slows, he speaks as though prices are falling. And where inheritance programs produce results, he presents them as achievements conceived and delivered entirely by this administration, when in fact he knows that is not the case. The question before this House, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not the government has reduced the burden on the Ghanaian citizen, expanded productive opportunity, executed the development budget, and placed economy on a durable path. On each of these tests, Mr. Speaker, the mid-year review falls short, and I so submit. It is our case, Mr. Speaker, as minority, using the government's own statement that the debt stock is rising, that the celebrated debt ratio rests heavily on the denominator, that the fiscal outcome has been supported by massive under-expenditure, that growth remains exposed to gold, that oil revenues have missed their target, and that the cost of living remains stubbornly high in the areas that matter most to ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, on this score, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Agric, the Minister for Works and Housing, and perhaps the Roads and Highway Minister would all bear witness. The minister is not paying contractors. So if you underperform in your expenditure and you are holding the funds, you don't say that there is growth. Mr. Speaker, this government has abandoned agriculture and heavily depending on Gold for Reserve program. What Gold Board is doing is what the government is depending on. Where IMF is reporting that the amount of 9.6 billion losses as a result of certain actions at the Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, at the right time, the Gold Board will be summoned to this House through proper procedures in Parliament for them to account for all the losses that they have incurred. They can call us names. We don't mind. We will stick to the rules and hold their feet to account. Mr. Speaker, the minister may control the presentation, but he does not control the fact printed in his own document. The private sector, Mr. Speaker, they cancelled the 1D1F. The 1D1F program of Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration was aimed at helping the private sector with low taxes, helping the private sector with they getting rebates in terms of taxes on their equipment and raw materials. It was going to help the private sector to grow. They came, they said they are cancelling that policy. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is no alternative policy for the private sector. And this the minister wants us to celebrate. They are not creating growth in the economy. They are not creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, even the jobs they came to meet, we have it on record in this very House, that this government dismissed thousands of Ghanaian youth. And those who have qualified as teachers and nurses, they are refusing to employ them. Every now and then you hear of demonstration by nurses, demonstration by teachers. Today, this government is quiet, is silent. It's not creating the enabling environment for job creation. And yet, the minister comes here and says everything is well. Mr. Speaker, the centerpiece of the minister's celebration is a claim that Ghana has already achieved a debt to GDP ratio of 45%. We are not interested in the numbers. When the minority met GUTA, when the minority met AGI, when the minority met Employers Association, they told us the reality on the ground, that the business environment is not favorable, that they are incurring losses, that, Mr. Speaker, that so-called publican software introduced at the port, government claims that it is raking in revenue. Meanwhile, it is costing the importer millions. It is making import expensive. And yet, you bring a software without doing the necessary research. You go in and you are only interested in the revenue. You are not interested in the cost of that revenue to the ordinary Ghanaian. So in the reset agenda, what have you achieved? Nothing. Mr. Speaker, the government is only interested in numbers, the macroeconomic numbers. We are not interested in that. You are not here to please the IMF and the World Bank. The government must know that it is the people of Ghana that voted for you. If you are interested in polishing the numbers so that the IMF will clap for you and your people will suffer, I'm sorry, then you are losing your mandate. Mr. Speaker, the government has also detached. The government also seeks to detach the current debt position from the painful restructuring and the taking before it assumed office. That the domestic debt exchange, the external debt negotiations, and the Eurobond restructuring created the fiscal space from which the present administration now speaks. Yet the minister claims the outcome while continuing to condemn the measures that produce it. He cannot inherit the benefit and disown the process. That is hypocrisy. That is double standard. That is unprincipled politics. There is also nothing permanent about the ratio supported by favorable nominal growth, a strong gold price and exchange rate conditions. A weakening cedi, slower growth or decline in commodity price can reverse the ratio quickly. The government has therefore planted its flag on movable ground and called it a permanent victory. Mr. Speaker, time would expose this government. Mr. Speaker, the truthful statement is this: Ghana's debt to GDP ratio has fallen, but Ghana's debt has increased. The minister chose the statistic that flatters the government and suppressed the figures that exposes it. That is the pattern running through the entire review. Mr. Speaker, the IMF exits, a government claiming credit for supervised discipline. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this government is claiming credit for supervised discipline. Mr. Speaker, the minister also presents completion of IMF program as proof of the government's exceptional economic management. This claim ignores the timeline, the conditions, and the institutional reality. The program was negotiated, entered into, and substantially implemented before this administration took office. The debt restructuring, fiscal measures, monetary tightening, and the program benchmark that made completion possible did not begin in January 2025. The government is claiming authorship of the final chapter of a book it did not write. It opposed measures when they were politically convenient to oppose, inherited their results, and now demands applause for completing the process. That is not reform. It is political opportunism. Mr. Speaker, the minister says Ghana met 10 of the 11 quantitative performance criteria. He gives little attention to the criterion that was missed, namely the ceiling on the Bank of Ghana's claim on central government. He describes a breach as technical. Really? A breach technical? Mr. Speaker, every fiscal abuse begins with an explanation that it is technical, temporary, or misunderstood. Parliament should not accept a label in place of accountability. If the majority will accept this, we, the mighty minority, will not accept this label. We know the reality. We know the truth that you breached. The breach concerns the relationship between the central bank and the government. Ghana has already paid a heavy price for blurred fiscal and monetary boundaries. Any transaction that increases claim on government or shifts obligation onto the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet deserves full disclosure. I repeat, you sacked the media. You didn't want the media to know. You didn't want the media to know what Bank of Ghana is doing. Today, you can't sack the media again. So I am repeating what you prevented the media from knowing. That any transaction that increases claims on government or shift obligation onto Bank of Ghana's balance sheet deserves full disclosure. You say you are a party of probity and accountability. Yet when Bank of Ghana is being exposed, you want to shut the doors and the windows to the media. Mr. Speaker, the minister cannot invoke central bank independence when attacking his predecessors and dismiss a breach as technical when it occurs under his watch. Mr. Speaker, the completion of the program also removes the external supervision that compelled the government to meet agreed targets. The true test, therefore, begins after the funds review. Disbursement and conditions cease to provide discipline. This administration has not yet demonstrated that it can preserve fiscal restraint when political pressure rises and external monitoring recedes. Mr. Speaker, the minister lists new institutions and control mechanisms, including the Fiscal Council, the Commitment Authorization Regime, and the Value for Money Office. Naming institutions is easy. Giving them independence, publishing their findings, and accepting their criticism is harder. A council that reports quietly to the executive cannot protect the public purse from the executive. The government must state whether the Fiscal Council's assessment will be published in full and laid before Parliament. It must disclose whether the Council can challenge unrealistic revenue assumptions, excessive commitment, and offer budget obligations. Without public reports, legal authority, and institutional independence, these bodies will become ceremonial addition to the minister's speeches. Mr. Speaker, IMF exit does not certify transformation. It confirms that Ghana completed a program created in response to a crisis. The government now seeks to convert completion into partisan trophy. The minority, the mighty minority, will not permit that rewriting of history. It will not happen under our watch. We shall expose you. Mr. Speaker, let me deal with inflation. A lower rate was used to conceal higher prices. Mr. Speaker, government most aggressive propaganda concerns inflation. The government most aggressive propaganda concerns inflation. The minister announced to us a headline rate of 5.3%, as though the prices of food, transport, electricity, rent, and basic services have returned to affordable levels. Inflation falling does not mean prices are falling. It means prices are increasing at a slower rate than before. The high price level remains, and households continue to pay it. Mr. Speaker, can the minister answer why electricity tariffs have increased to almost 30% in less than 1.5 years? 1.5 years, 30%. You claim that there are irregularities at ECG, but the same contractors are being paid at ECG. Come clean and stop the politics. Come clean and stop the politics. Mr. Speaker, we are interested in the reforms being pursued at the energy sector. The Akufo-Addo Bawumia government started some reforms. Their duty is to continue the reforms. It is not burdening the ordinary Ghanaian with tariffs that will solve the energy problem. And every now and then getting into the news with fake news, with propaganda of arresting those who were in charge, that will give you results. If you have facts, please pursue those facts. And if there's a need for reforms, pursue the reforms. You cannot continue to burden the ordinary Ghanaian. Almost 30% in tariffs. You charge 1 Ghana cedi per liter at the pump, and you have introduced some tax measures. All these in opposition, you said you are not going to increase taxes. You are not going to introduce taxes. But today, you increase taxes and introduce taxes and even bringing back road tolls. The very toll that we abolished. The very toll that you criticize. A government of inconsistencies, a government without principles, a government full of double standard, a government responsible for rhetorics, a government of propaganda, a government of settings, a government that does not create jobs, a government that is always full of sacking people. Mr. Speaker, a government that promises fewer ministers, yet appoint more and more appointees at the Jubilee House. That is who you are. Mr. Speaker, this distinction matters because government is deliberately blurring the figures. A family that could not afford a basket of goods last year does not suddenly afford it because the rate of increase has slowed. Workers have not recovered the purchasing power lost during the earlier price surges. Pensioners have not been compensated for erosion of their incomes. Businesses still operate with higher inputs by way of costs. The minister celebrates the speed of the increase, while citizens confront the level of the price. Mr. Speaker, the government's own decomposition shows that services inflation stood at 9.4%. Transport fares and other services used daily by ordinary people continue to rise far above the deadline rate. Locally produced items increased by 6.7% and accounted for the overwhelming share of the inflation experienced by households. Imported inflation may have eased, but domestic cost remains severe. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this exposes the hollowness of the government's claim that the ordinary Ghanaian is enjoying relief. The trader still pays more to move goods. The worker still pays more to commute. It is difficult to travel on the Accra-Kumasi road. They have abandoned that road, and they say they're going to do an expressway. We are not against the expressway. That which you came to meet, Mr. Speaker, complete them. Continuity is the rule of the game. You are
Leader, let's hear you. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, they came to meet this beautiful initiative. Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, hospitals.
Honorable members, let's give a leader the needed hearing.
Mr. Speaker, they came to meet a beautiful initiative. The Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 was aimed at achieving one thing: health for all. The Akufo-Addo administration introduced this initiative to build health facilities in all districts. We couldn't complete them. You have come. Your duty as a government is to see to it that these hospitals are completed, commissioned, and put to use. Mr. Speaker, you've abandoned them. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable Safoye, honorable Safoye. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable Safoye, please. No. Honorable members, please, let's give the needed respect to the leader. Yes, leader. Honorable members, enough, please. Honorable Andy. Honorable Deputy Minister, please. Yes, leader, let's hear you. Leader, address the chair. Honorable members, please. We have a lot of business today. Please, let's deal with this for us to continue. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they came to meet this beautiful initiative, Agenda 111, held for all. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, not a single one have they attempted to complete. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, they claim that they are doing 24-hour market. Mr. Speaker, at a whooping cost of 43 million cedis per market. Mr. Speaker, and do you know who they are awarding this contract to? Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Record. At the appropriate time, the minority will produce proof of those who are benefiting from this contract and whether or not they have capacity to execute. And Mr. Speaker, where are they getting the funding from? They came here to say that the District Assembly Common Fund will be allowed its space of utilization by the district chief executives and the municipal chief executives. But they are directing MMDCs to go to the Common Fund Administrator, awarding contract in Accra for 24-hour market and pushing it on the throat of the assemblies. We know all of that. Mr. Speaker, what due diligence are they doing? Mr. Speaker, what is the competence level of those who are to construct these markets? Yet, Mr. Speaker, you have Agenda 111 that they are refusing to complete. Mr. Speaker, what the government...
Honorable members. Leader, let's hear you. Honorable members, please. Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister knows very well that the way to run economy prudently is to create opportunity for all. What do we see? Mr. Speaker, this is an economy that doesn't care about the ordinary Ghanaian. They promise the youth of this country that there will be 24-hour economy, that every job there will be 3 shifts. Every job there will be 3 shifts. Mr. Speaker, not a single opportunity has been created. What they did was to sack those who are in the employ of the state and brought in their party members. And even so, they have failed to create equal opportunity for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, this is not a government serious in transforming our country. Mr. Speaker, according to organized labor, Galamsey has worsened. The Galamsey menace has worsened. Because, Mr. Speaker, since they came into office, they created access for those indulging in galamsey to continue. That is why, Mr. Speaker, Gold Board has not enacted a regulation to draw a distinction between regularly mined gold and galamsey mined gold. Gold Board is buying everything. So, Mr. Speaker, in reality, this government is promoting galamsey, destroying our water bodies, destroying our forest cover, and they think that, Mr. Speaker, by using that to cushion the economy, that is all they need to do. No. Mr. Speaker, the question is, where is the 24-hour economy? Where is the women banking? You promised that even at night, you provide light, you provide torchlight for farmers to farm. Mr. Speaker, that was a promise. You said you provide torchlights for farmers to farm at night. You said the water seller will be given torchlight so that you will work at night. You said disco will be done during the day. There will be disco during the day. Mr. Speaker, today, you were given the opportunity. Even when you have failed in performance, you are asking for third term. And you are trying to amend the Constitution. And you think that by attacking the minority, by threatening the minority, by doing shut up, you have the free day to stay in government perpetually. I can assure you that your performance has already exposed you. And you, the majority today, you are on your way out. And come 2028, Mr. Speaker, no matter the number of arrests you effect, this mighty minority will be resilient, will be strong to fight back and turn it into a majority come 2028 election. Mr. Speaker, the government can decide to abandon running the economy and worsen the situation of the ordinary Ghanaian by focusing on the minority. Mr. Speaker, in fact, they can choose to arrest every single minority MP. And we encourage you to do it, since that is what you want to do. But, Mr. Speaker, that will not change your story come 2028. Whether you like it or not, you are going to lose 2028. And the mighty minority will turn into the majority and sit on the right of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister was only involved in empty rhetorics. If we ask the finance minister, how many jobs in 1.5 years they've created, he cannot share with us any data, any statistics. Most of the ministers are redundant. Most of the ministers are redundant. Most of the ministers are redundant. Mr. Speaker, they don't get their releases. The minister said he has released 1.5 billion. His deputy said 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, which is which? But, Mr. Speaker, we, the mighty minority, can assure them, we can assure you, the NDC government, that no matter what you do, 2028 will be your day of reckoning. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I rest my case, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minority Leader Thank you so much, Minority Leader. Respectfully, let me invite the Majority Leader to also take the podium. Leader, you have 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Honorable members, honorable majority side, please. Please, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank first and foremost the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kesal Atuforson, for complying with his statutory responsibility to account to this House half-yearly for his performance. He did not begin the tradition. All other ministers of finance complied with the Public Financial Management Act, and what he did was not to present a new budget, but just to come and account for how he utilized the amounts that we appropriated, and also how far he has gone in meeting the targets that he promised this House that he would meet in his 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I think that the presentation of the minister was so self-explanatory, and so very little needs to be said about it. I have listened to my brother, the Minority Leader. I'm trying to remember exactly what he just said. Mr. Speaker, you know, there's a story that goes around about a student who prepared for exams, and he prepared on a bed. And then when he entered the exam hall, the question was on a tree. So he started by saying that a bird has wings, it flies, and when it flies, sometimes it perches on a tree. And one may ask, what is a tree? I was trying to understand what the media review has to do with a third term. But Mr. Speaker, I think the best way to evaluate a minister is to seek the views of independent third parties, not those of us who are in this chamber. Very often, our views tend to be politically colored. So last year, when I was going to speak to the media review, I recall I went for the opinion of independent organizations and what they thought of the budget. I'm going to do the same thing. This year, I'm going to take the publication of PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Is that okay? The PricewaterhouseCoopers have a publication to evaluate the mid-year review of the Minister of Finance. They are not an NDC organization, and they are not an MPP. They are not an MPP organization. They are not a Ghanaian NGO. They are not a Ghanaian think tank. They are a global organization in almost all the countries of the world. And they have over 300,000 workers across the world. So, Mr. Speaker, let's hear what
Honorable members, Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let's hear what the evaluation assessment of PwC has been. PwC, in their report at page 5, say, and I quote, Ghana's 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review for the mid-year budget review, or the mid-year budget review, presents a confident message. Growth is stronger than expected. Inflation has fallen sharply. Fiscal balances have outperformed budget targets. Reserves are comfortable. And debt metrics have improved materially. The Minister for Finance is right to argue. The Minister for Finance is right to argue that macroeconomic conditions in the first half of 2026 were significantly better than a year earlier. This is PwC. This is PwC. This is not NDC communicators. This is not NDC communicators. This is not a Ghanaian NGO. This is not a party communicator. This is PwC affirming that whatever the finance minister came and said here is an accurate reflection of what is happening in the country. So,
Honorable members, please. The heckle is too much. Please. Honorable, I beg of you, please. Please.
Mr. Speaker, PwC says that, and I quote, this is PwC, not NDC communicators. Our assessment is that the first half performance was genuinely strong. Our assessment is that the first half performance was genuinely strong. This is PwC speaking. And they say, and I want to repeat, at page 7, that the fiscal consolidation is real. The fiscal consolidation is real. This is not propaganda. This is PwC speaking. This is not NDC communicators. This is not any NGO. This is PwC. And they repeat, on debt, this is what they say. The debt dynamic has improved meaningfully. The debt dynamic has improved meaningfully. This is what they say again, that financial conditions have eased materially. This is PwC. I have chosen just to focus on what an independent expert has said about the mid-year review, because I don't want you to go and say that it is propaganda, because you cannot challenge PwC. You cannot. Mr. Speaker, you can Google it. It's on the net. Mr. Speaker, they say that reserves are stronger. Reserves are stronger. Mr. Speaker, they evaluate every single sector report and then they conclude that the economic growth is supportive. Inflation has improved. Exchange rate has improved and more stable than in prior years. They say that fiscal deficit and primary balance are stronger than expected. They say that debt sustainability is better. They say that external position is stronger than in the crisis year. So these are the assessments and conclusions of PwC. This is not the finance minister saying. This is not any paid party communicator saying. This is a very credible consultancy global organization assessing the performance of the finance minister and the government of the National Democratic Congress and saying that on all counts they give us a positive assessment. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to commend the finance minister for the work that he has done. And there's something else that they say that I want us to also pay attention to. After the assessment, they then go to take the various sectors of our economy and the implications of the positive performance on those sectors. So, manufacturing. This is what PwC says at page 14 of their report. Manufacturing. Improving macro stability, lower interest rates, and a steadier Ghana cedi is positive for the manufacturing sector. For the manufacturing sector. And I am saying this because you just spoke about jobs. Jobs are to be created by our manufacturing sector. And PwC says that improving macro stability, lower interest rates, and a steadier Ghana cedi is positive for the manufacturing sector. When it gets to agriculture, you just spoke about agriculture. This is what PwC says about agriculture. Agriculture, grains, poultry, livestock. And they say government has been supportive in a very meaningful way to the agricultural sector. Even in the cocoa sector, PwC says cocoa and mining, external earnings remain very supportive, even in those sectors. Then in the banking and insurance sector, this is what they say. Macro stabilization helps assets quality and more predictable balance sheet planning. So the macro stability helps the banking and insurance sectors. And for construction and real estate, they say the better interest rates are very supportive of the construction and real interest, of the construction and real estate industry. Now, what is the implication for some of the issues that we are concerned about in this House? If the manufacturing sector does well, jobs will be created. If the banking sector does well, jobs will be created. If the cocoa and mining sector does well, jobs will be created. If the oil and energy sector does well, jobs will be created. If the construction and real estate industry does well, jobs will be created. So, Mr. Speaker, I dare say that NDC is living up to the promise of creating more jobs for our teeming youth. And in due course, we will provide you with the statistics. Mr. Speaker, the minister has given a good account of himself, and I want to conclude on a number of very important observations. Based on the performance of the minister, a market woman can confidently plan her business based on the stable inflation that we have now. A market woman can confidently plan her business based on the stable currency that we have now. A market woman can confidently walk to UMB and Prudential Bank for a loan to develop her business. This contrasts significantly with the economy that we inherited, where so many banks were collapsed, So many loans and savings schemes were collapsed. So many rural banks were collapsed. And market women could not confidently walk to banks and take facilities to improve their business. With the performance of this minister and the NDC government, a market woman can now confidently walk to UMB, walk to Prudential Bank, and take a loan facility. Mr. Speaker, district assemblies can confidently plan their development projects because from the statement of the minister, the assemblies are getting the right remittances of the common fund. Mr. Speaker, hospitals can confidently plan because the remittance, the transmission of the funds to the NHIA is happening. And more importantly, in the statement, the minister has reported that over 900,000 people have been lifted from multi-dimensional poverty. It is obvious that many more multi-dimensionally poor people can look at this year with even more confidence because many more of them will be lifted out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, the minority spoke about food, and let me give you a response. During the debate, one of our colleagues presented the contrasting food prices in 2024 and the food prices as we have them currently. And it's obvious from the reductions that we see in the markets that a single mother can confidently walk to the market and buy rice, sugar, and other essential commodities at close to half the price that she was buying them in 2024. That is a fact. When I listen to the minority, I hear just one thing, that this government is not spending. That this government is not spending. And because this government is not spending, we have not been able to finish Agenda 111 hospitals. 111 hospitals that the NPP government could not finish in 8 years, they want NDC to finish them in 1.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I was in this house when President Akufo-Addo announced Agenda 111. They were announced as an emergency response to the COVID. What do you do about an emergency? You execute the emergency project with a sense of urgency. But our MPP friends abandoned the construction of hospitals and rather concentrated on the construction of a cathedral. They abandoned the construction of the hospitals and focused on the construction of cathedrals. So were you committed to your own projects? You were clearly not committed to your own projects. Take the amount of money that you use to carry out the excavation which you call the cathedral, and tell yourself how many more hospitals you could have completed with that kind of money. Mr. Speaker, when I listen to my colleagues, the only issue they have with the finance minister is that he is not spending money. He is not releasing money to the ministries. In the same vein, I hear my colleague, the minority leader, challenge us that now that we have left the IMF, he wants to see whether we will be able to exercise the level of fiscal discipline that we have been exercising. How can you castigate the minister for not spending and still want him to spend in violation of fiscal discipline, which you yourself are admonishing him to try and live up to? You cannot be fiscally disciplined and at the same time be spending to build cathedrals. You cannot be fiscally disciplined at the same time spend recklessly. So fiscal discipline, if it is good, is good. And so the finance minister will stick to fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me commend the Finance Minister for such a good performance. I want to assure him that this House will not shy away from criticism when it is needed. And one point sticks out as a weakness in the presentation of the budget, and that has been the issue of revenue mobilization. Colleagues opposite have raised it. Experts and consultants have raised it. So we urge the Finance Minister to double the efforts in the area of fiscal tax mobilization. Mr. Speaker, we in this House are ready to support the Finance Minister in this regard. That is why in the last 4 days, this House has sat till 1 a.m. in the morning to pass the legislation that is needed to help the Finance Minister address the challenges with tax mobilization. We have sat here till 1 a.m. in the morning to pass the comprehensive customs bill so that we can help the Finance Minister cover all the loopholes that prevented the various finance ministers of this country from meeting their tax targets. We have passed the amendments to the various revenue legislation to help the Finance Minister to cover the loopholes, and we have also passed the legislation dealing with VAT to also assist the Finance Minister to cover the loopholes in that sector. So whilst we criticize the Finance Minister and his team when it comes to the area of not mobilizing as much as we want, we in this House stand ready to support him, and that is why in the last 4 days we've sat in this chamber till 1 a.m. to help craft the legislation that he will need. Mr. Speaker, again, a sector that became a drawback to the economy was the cocoa sector. And my colleagues opposite have mentioned it. In order to deal with the cocoa sector, again, we sat in this House and worked till midnight to pass the new Ghana Cocoa Board Bill. And we believe that with the passage of the Ghana Cocoa Board Bill, we will forever address the problems of cocoa farmers in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to also commend the Finance Minister for the various reforms that he has implemented to deal with the challenges in the energy sector. This House again, yesterday and the day before, approved the renegotiations with the independent power producers so that we can deal with the legacy debt, which has been a major drawback to the enhanced performance of our economy. So this House stands ready at all times to work and support the Minister of Finance to achieve his targets. And we are confident in the Minister, we are confident in President John Dramani Maham's leadership, and we know that the foundation has been laid for a 24-hour economy. And with the solid foundation having been laid, the 24-hour economy will take off. And when it takes off, it will accelerate. And when it accelerates, the teeming youth of this country will find good jobs. The financial sector is rebounding. All those hundreds of thousands of jobs that were lost as a result of the reckless management of the financial sector, all those jobs will come back. They are back. The banks are doing well. All of them. This government will not collapse a bank. This government will not collapse any financial institution. This government will spend money to save a bank rather than collapse it and spend more money. That is how this country is now being governed. It is being governed properly. And we are not governing it because we want a third term for John Dramani Mahama. Let me make this point known to you. We are not governing this country well because we want a third term for John Dramani Mahama. We are governing this country well because NDC believes in good governance. And NDC will ever work towards good governance. We are asking that all of us should join hands so that this country will be properly governed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Leader, the time according to it is 23 minutes.
Yes. Mr. Speaker,
Leader, conclude for us.
The minority leader, he used his time drinking something that looked like water. He used his time to drink something that looked like water. We cannot confirm whether it was water. Now he's complaining about time. As you can see, I'm not drinking water. I'm speaking to the issues. But Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, it is obvious that the governance and the management of this country between the NPP government and the NDC government is like night and day. Mr. Speaker, and this recognition of the difference is not only by me or members of the majority. This performance of the government of the National Democratic Congress has been recognized by all the rating agencies. Every single rating agency that had declared our economy as junk has revised their notes, and they are saying that Ghana is now doing very well.
Yes, Leader, you are getting to the end, so conclude for us.
Mr. Speaker, when you see the leader doing what the backbencher should be doing, then you know that the kitchen is very hot. Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, the world is commending us as a country because the finance minister could not have done what he has done. John Dramani Mahama could not have done what he has done, but for the sacrifices of the ordinary people of this country. So on this note, I will continue to urge our fellow countrymen and women to continue with the sacrifices that are needed for us to fix the economy so that we can all benefit. There is no need putting so much pressure on governments to do all the wrong things so that we will return the economy to where we did not like it, for which reason we voted massively against the NPP. I want to assure you that the NDC has the capacity to absorb the pressure and to remain focused and to do the right thing. And this House will support the President John Dramani Mahama and his Minister of Finance so that they will continue on the right track that they are on. God bless Ghana, God bless the President, and God bless the Finance Minister. I thank you very much.
members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Having listened to the leaders, the minority and that of the majority, that will bring us to the end of the commentary on the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for 2026 financial year. We thank the finance minister. We thank everybody who commented on the statement. And I will, at this juncture, call on the first deputy speaker to take the chair. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, we were in this chamber when the leave was sought to lay a paper by the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, today is the last day in Parliament. Levies are going to be imposed. My colleagues have just informed me they are being rushed to conclude deliberations on the matter which was just referred to the Finance and Energy Committee. Mr. Speaker, today is the last day and government wants to smuggle in tax and they are rushing the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, the House should suspend for this to receive further discussion. Today is the last day. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about accountability and transparency, we will not do this. The minority members are being rushed to consider this thing that you are bringing energy sector levies this dead hour. Mr. Speaker, the minority will not shut its eyes to this matter and they want it to be considered there and now. Mr. Speaker, it is not right. It is not right. We cannot allow this thing to be done. Mr. Speaker, let us suspend sitting to consider this matter. That at committee meeting, they must just do this within 1 hour. How is this done? How serious are we taking our democracy and parliament? That 1 hour, a tax should be considered. Today is the last day. You lay a paper within 1 hour. They want to rush the committee using majority. Mr. Speaker, no. This is not what we promised the people of Ghana. This is not part of the promises of the Constitution. We owe them a duty. Mr. Speaker, I will not be quiet. I will not be quiet. That this is the last day. Mr. Speaker, Parliament cannot be rushed within 1 hour. You come, you say you have laid a paper after laying referral, and then 1 hour, the chairman of the committee, who was critical of Oriata, today he is the chairman of the finance committee. He wants to rush everything through. Mr. Speaker, this parliament, led by the minority, will resist this. We will resist. Mr. Speaker, we shall resist. We will not allow any imposition of this levy today. I will not walk out. We will stay in this chamber and stop you from doing this. They smuggled through the back door without consultation with leadership. Nobody knows about this levy. Nobody knows about this levy. And you use back door to lay it. We will not allow you. You say you are a government of probity and accountability. Is it probity? Is it accountability? Is it transparency? That at this wee hour, you want to introduce taxation to burden the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, yenti and de, yenti e china, yamamu kwai, diamu yanenye, abamponi benye. Mr. Speaker, in other words, I am saying that in the name of transparency, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of transparency, they should do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. We've been a very cooperative minority. We've never been obstructive. Our friends must cut us some slack. Cut us some slack.
Minority Leader,
Why?
with all due respect,
Why?
you can hold it if that matter is before us. You have every right to raise any issue that you want to raise. But for now, that matter is not before us. Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Abuja.
with respect, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I've raised a critical preliminary matter. I have assured you of my cooperation in other matters that was raised. Mr. Speaker, this matter, Mr. Speaker, should not pass. Why should that be, Mr. Speaker? The Chief Whip must listen. In this house, we consult, we engage. We are here, the five of us. The Finance Minister has a duty to engage that there are serious government business through the leadership of your side. Nobody has been informed. Two. Even if we want to give you the benefit of doubt, why should our members be rushed? Because we are in minority. My members on the committee are being bullied that Honorable Adongo is forcing his way. Mr. Speaker, it's not going to happen today. I will not allow.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the right thing must be done.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Yes,
with
Mr.
all
Speaker.
due respect,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
with all humility, my point is that what you are talking about is not yet before us. Therefore, wait. If the matter is before us, you will be given every opportunity to raise the issues that you are raising.
I agree. All I'm saying is that I'm raising a serious protest to my colleagues in leadership that my members at the Finance Committee are being bullied. They are pushing them to consider, Mr. Speaker, I receive reports. This is House of Parliament. They cannot do what they are doing, and I expect Honorable Adongo, as a chair, to be most measured and listen to the views of the minority at the committee. Honorable Chief Whip, you are my junior in this chamber. Please, I have to tell you, and if I'm raising an issue, you should listen. Honorable Roads and Highways Minister, you are my colleague. And you should know how this was done and done properly. You are running a one-sided chamber. This house is not a one-sided house. You can't sit with the finance minister, arrange your own thing, and you think that will be quiet. You don't even have the numbers. We shall see today. Go and bring your 189, and the people of Ghana will know. You arrange things at your level and by yourself. This is a two-sided house. You can have your 189. You can. It's belated. Let me talk.
Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, that water that the minority that have taken appear to be working very well. I wish I can have a part of that water. Mr. Speaker, no one is introducing new tax, no new levies. The minority leader did not even read the document. Mr. Speaker, I agree with him when he said that we came to this house together. Mr. Speaker, at a point in time when we were on this side, the roof of this building was being ripped off in a storm. We sat here just to sack assembly members. Just to make a law to sack assembly members. The speaker, Professor Okwe, sat there. We were able to sit and do business because it was in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, the spirit in which the minority leader has come. Did you read what we wanted to do? Mr. Speaker, the good thing is that you have just said the thing he's talking about is not yet before us. Let the thing come before us. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jerry, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I can actually, Mr. Speaker, I can actually be as rowdy or more rowdy than all of you together. You know me. I've been there before. All of you put together can't beat me. The point is that we were doing it systematically. Mr. Speaker, and let me advise the minority leader. When we were on your side, it was not the leader who was doing what you are doing. It was the backbenchers who are doing it. You are now taking the job of the backbenchers. What do you want them to do? So allow the backbenchers to do the backbenchers work. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong with what you want to do. In other case, Mr. Speaker, this is Parliament. There's a reason we all fight to have majority in Parliament. We have our numbers. Let's introduce what we want to do. There's no problem about what he's talking about. They are free to oppose anything they want to oppose. Those who are in support of it can also support it. So there's no need for anybody to threaten we will not agree. The only thing we will not agree to do in this house is to do something that is wrong. But so far, we have done everything that is in the interest of our people. Whatever we need to do today, Mr. Speaker, we shall do whatever is in the interest of the people. You cannot stop us. We will do it because it's in the interest of the people of this country. So, Honorable Jerry, you are too enthusiastic. You can come and stand at the front there. Mr. Speaker, another thing I need to tell you, Honorable Jerry, when your leader was speaking, I sat down. Mr. Speaker, the only advice I want to give to my respected colleague is that when the leader was speaking, I had issues to respond to him. All I did was to sit down. When he finished and he gave me the opportunity, I spoke. But he cannot have patience. Mr. Speaker, I didn't get up to interrupt when the leader was speaking. So, Honorable Jerry, you are also a deputy whip. You are free to heckle, but allow people to speak so that you can also speak.
Honourable members, please. Honourable members, please, all of you should resume your seats. Honourable members, I do not know why we are doing this. By our standing orders and by practice, for a matter to be debated or commented on, the matter must be before the House. But as we speak, no bill has been laid before us. No report is before us. So, what are we commenting on? So, honourable members, let's hold it. If the matter is before us, then we can debate and the House can take decision. But what decision do we take if the matter is not before us? What decision do we take once the matter is not before us? Whether to do it or not to do it, we can only take that decision if the issue is before us. So please, at this stage, I believe strongly it is premature to be doing what we are doing. Please, with all due respect, this is not a matter for us to be debating.
Speaker.
Please.
Speaker.
If it is about a matter which is not before us, then everybody should cease fire. Because I will not hesitate to ask you to resume your seat if you want to talk about a matter which is not before us.
Mr. Speaker, he has said certain things which I need to set aright. It's very important. Kwame Agboja, Speaker, with all due respect to the minority leader, the Honorable Kwame Agboja spoke on his merits as a member of this House.
I am responding to the concerns you raised. Speaker, number one, this matter, please, Jerry, please, Jerry, Jerry, please, respect yourself, please.
Honourable members,
Please,
I think I have given a guidance.
By the leader.
Honourable members, I have given a guidance on this matter that until and unless the matter is before us, everybody should cease commenting on the matter until and unless it's before us.
It is important that the issues that you have said, they are not correct. They are not true. We laid a report, we consent on Habib. Speaker, the item was laid, we consent on Habib.
Honourable members,
so I consulted you.
I repeat that
Why?
I can't grant the floor
Speaker,
for us to be commenting on a matter which is not before us.
That's the point I'm
So
making.
please, everybody should respect that particular
It
decision.
was laid in respect of Habib. Habib was the
Yes,
whole problem.
Deputy Minority Leader.
You are not in the chamber.
Deputy Minority Leader,
You are not in the
what is
chamber.
the next
You are not
business? What is the next business?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think we are dealing with the business in front of us. Can we look at motion number 34 on page 12 of today's paper? We are carrying on what is here.
With all due respect, Honourable Deputy Majority Leader, because of the level of the background noise, I did not hear you. Honourable members, can we listen to each other in silence?
Mr. Speaker, I said let's continue dealing with matters before us. And in that case, we should look at item number 34 on page 12 of today's other paper, the motion.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader is inviting us to motion 34. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the report he seeks to be taken is before us, and if so, the members of the committee, the chair of the committee, normally he and the ranking will confer, and there will be a certain level of agreement. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes the majority side will come with surprises, and when we raise the matter, they're the same people who say we have not read. Like a moment ago, Honorable Kwame Agboja said the issue I raised I have not read, but the thing is actually dealing with increases in tax.
Honorable Minority.
So I want there to
Honorable
be
Minority Leader.
Is there
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, this particular motion has been on record for weeks now. This motion.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not a fresh matter.
Mr. Speaker,
it has been on record for weeks
Speaker,
now.
Understand the context, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the chief whip of the majority side, I have not seen him take water. Mr. Speaker, I have not seen him take water. So Mr. Speaker, I don't see why he's hyper. So, Mr. Speaker, he had a lot of water outside the chamber.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm only
Honorable
asking.
Minority Leader, can you find out from the ranking
Speaker,
member
that is-
whether
Mr.
the
Speaker,
report has been distributed?
Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that this side will fully cooperate with you. Mr. Speaker, we would make sure that your time in this chair will be pleasurable. Mr. Speaker, I am assuring you, Mr. Speaker, I'm assuring you that this side will help you to ensure order in this house. But Mr. Speaker, for instance, Mr. Speaker, I know that our brother, Kwame Agboja, is our very good friend. For instance, Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, he said that the levy, this bill, is not going to increase taxes. Mr. Speaker, the last paragraph of the memorandum is going to increase
Honorable Minority Leader, on this occasion, you are contravening my ruling and you are completely out of order. Let us not revisit this issue until the matter is before us.
I agree. Let's deal with the matter before us. Although he misled Parliament, but it's okay. The right time will come, according to the rules. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the ranking on health, has given an indication to me that he and the chair of the health committee are to engage. We don't want surprises. The problem we have with you, the majority, is that you are full of surprises. Like this is the last day. You want to introduce things through the back door. Although we know this report has been here for weeks, we know. But there must always be a certain level of agreement and engagement.
Honourable members, the motion number 34 is about an annual statement by the Audit Committee.
He said he was going to be here.
Of Food and Drugs Authority.
He said he would come back
for the year
Mr. Speaker,
2024.
He promised to be here. The finance minister, Mr. Speaker, the chief whip must sit down. I don't see why he's always busy. Are you the one defending the finance minister? Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came here, he left. He promised to be here. And we'll be waiting for him. He has to come and explain why this last minute thing is being done. Mr. Speaker, the committee report can be taken.
Motion number 34. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move the motion number 34 on today's order paper that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Health on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Food and Drugs Authority for the year 2024. I so move.
All members, motion move. Any seconder? All members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Yes, Chairman of the committee, in doing so, you have to present the committee's report before we second the motion.
In doing so, I present the committee's report and urge the Hamza Department to capture the report in its entirety. The committee met on the 10th of March 2026 and considered the audit committee report of the Food and Drugs Authority.
Honorable Apia Boatin, I ask you to take your seat.
Dilapidated infrastructure at Bolga, non-functional elevators and conditioners at Tema, financial irregularities, incomplete implementation of GIVMIS, delayed promotions for staff. Right, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the committee indicated the needs for stronger internal controls, improved infrastructure, enhanced compliance with financial management laws, and accelerated implementation of audit recommendations to safeguard public resources and strengthen the authority's regulatory mandate. I so move.
All members, motion move report presented. Any seconder of the motion? Honourable members, the report is on the console. So why are you saying you don't have?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, now we go to number 35. The motion number 35 on page 12.
All members, motion number 35. Chairman of the committee.
I rise to move the motion number 35 on today's order paper that this honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Health, the annual statement of the Audit Committee of the University of Ghana Medical Center for the year 2024. And in so doing, I present the report of the committee and request the Hansa Department to capture it in its entirety. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee met on 11th of March 2026.
Honorable Chairman, once Hansa has captured the entire report, go to the conclusion.
Yeah. So I'm requesting the Hansa to capture the conclusion. The committee observed that management has demonstrated cooperation and commitment in responding to audit findings and implementing corrective measures. However, recurrent issues such as weakness in contract management, procurement compliance, debt recovery, asset
Honorable
documentation,
Kenneth Addo,
and risk
you
management
cannot turn
highlight
your
the
back
need
to the maze.
for sustained attention and preventive action. The committee is of the view that sustained management commitment, effective implementation of audit recommendations, adequate resourcing, and continued engagement with the audit committee and the internal audit directorate will enhance accountability and support the University of Ghana Medical Center in the effective discharge of its mandate as a leading quaternary health facility in Ghana. Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably moved by the chairman of the committee. And in seconding the motion, Mr. Speaker, the reports.
Order. Please, all honourable members standing should resume their seats. Please.
One of the major findings
Please
of the report.
resume your seats. I'll
has to
start
do with
mentioning
the-
name into the record. Please resume your seats. Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the major findings of the audit is weak internal controls at the institute. Internal controls, as defined by most accountants, is the whole system of control, financial or otherwise. It's been observed that the other aspects of the controls in the institute is very weak, and the institute is being encouraged to improve upon it. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to adopt the report of the committee.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, now we can come back to page 9, item 16, motion 16 on page 9.
Motion numbered 16. Chairman of the committee.
Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 16 on page 9 of today's order paper be moved.
Honourable member, in doing so, present the committee's report.
I present your committee's report on independent constitutional bodies report on budget performance on the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the period. Mr. Speaker, SHRAJ as an independent body is seized with the responsibility of ensuring administrative justice. But Mr. Speaker, I would entreat the Hansard Department to capture the report as though it is read in its entirety whilst I present the recommendations and conclusion. Mr. Speaker, among the recommendations, we expect that SHRAJ be given some increased leverage on the use of their IGF in order to augment the already limited resources that are allocated to them through the annual budget. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, upon a thorough consideration of the report, respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the budget performance report in respect of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the period January to December 2025 in accordance with Section 27 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Kwame Aguja.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Motion 17, Chairman of the Committee. Motion 17, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to just reconcile the reports I have and come in a short time, Mr. Speaker?
It looks like the motion 17 and 16 are one and the same. Because they are all dealing with Shraj for the period 2024.
Verily so, Mr. Speaker, but I think we need to reconcile, so if you can give us some few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
So, Deputy Majority Leader.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, in that case, we'll do 18. Motion 18.
Motion number 18, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 18 on today's order paper, page 9, be taken by this House. And in doing so, I present the committee's report, which is the report on the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the 2025 Budget Performance Report of the National Commission for Civic Education. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the mandate of the National Commission for Civic Education, it is national in nature. It is to hold the democratic credentials of our country by educating our populace or our citizens to be up and doing in the discharge of their civic responsibility. But over the years, we note that...
Honorable Dr. Hamza, kindly take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, over the years, we know that with the enormous responsibility placed on the NCCE, we have not commensurately given them the resources needed to work. However, we were happy with the work of the Commission, given the limited resources that they were given. And Mr. Speaker, a few concerns that this House must take seriously is the dilapidated infrastructure of regional offices of our National Commission for Civic Education. Again, we know that over the years, they've had a lot of staff retiring, and they have made regular requests for increased personnel, which has not been attended to, Mr. Speaker. And so we would want to, in presenting the report, we want to highlight that the Commission staff are characterized by an aging workforce without adequate succession planning. Technically, competent and experienced officers are approaching retirement without younger counterparts to whom institutional knowledge and memory can be transferred. Again, Mr. Speaker, we noted that the condition of service and remuneration levels of the Commission staff remain grossly inadequate, adversely affecting staff morale, retention, and overall institutional capacity of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, this, among other challenges of your Commission, requires that this House takes the Commission's mandate seriously and address the gap in their capital expenditure and also the need for retooling their offices and giving them adequate staff. Whilst I urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as if it was read in its entirety, I would want to present the conclusion of the report. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, having carefully examined the 2025 budget performance report of the National Commission for Civic Education and deliberated on the various issues arising therefrom, the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies recommends to the House to adopt the 2025 budget performance report of the National Commission for Civic Education and to urge the government to take immediate and concrete steps to address the resource, staffing, and infrastructure challenges confronting the Commission, so as to enable it to fully discharge its constitutional mandate and deepening democratic governance and civic education in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. It is for the consideration. Any seconder? Any seconder of the motion?
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, can I take you to page 13? When we were doing the health motions, we left motion number 36. So if you can take that now, 36.
Motion number 36, Chairman of the Committee.
I rise to move the motion number 36 on today's order paper.
In doing so, present the committee's report.
And in doing so, I present the committee's report and urge the Hansa Department to capture the whole report in its entirety. On the 24th of February 2026, this Honorable House referred this matter to the Health Committee for further investigation. The Minister of Health had already set up a parallel investigation committee that had finished their work. And so we had to meet them for their presentation to us. We reviewed the documentary evidence, their postmortem examination findings, and engaged the relevant stakeholders on the operational, clinical, legal, and governance issues arising from the case. The committee concluded that the death of the late Charles Emisa was avoidable. The evidence before the committee demonstrates that the patient sustained survivable traumatic injuries and died as a result of uncontrolled bleeding, delayed resuscitation, and the failure of multiple health facilities to provide mandatory emergency stabilization. Indeed, for about 2 hours, the late Charles Emisa was moved from one hospital to the other, 3 premium hospitals in the country, and yet absolutely nothing was done to save his life. The Committee on Health, therefore, accepts the recommendation of the Minister that the health professionals involved should be referred to their employers and then their regulators for further investigation and disciplinary action. Thank you. I so move.
All members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and just would want to add that if we trust that if these recommendations are implemented, the health system will be strengthened and such deaths would not occur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Report accordingly adopted. Yes, Honorable Habib. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now want to take you to addendum, page 1. That is motion number 3. Finance Minister.
Yes, we have to do one first.
Deputy Leader, you have to go
We have to do one first.
and then before you can be able to.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it should rather be item 1, which is a presentation of papers for the committee minister to present the report.
Yes, honourable members, at commencement of public business presentation of papers. Item numbered 1.
Report of the Finance Committee on...
Mr. Speaker, we need to make an amendment. The paper should be laid by the chair of the committee.
Yes, so chairman of the
minister.
committee.
So we are making an
Chairman
amendment
of the
to
committee.
reflect the chair of the committee.
Chairman of the committee.
But Mr. Speaker, this is not a one-sided chamber. So if the majority relating,
very well.
So we should be heard. So that is the reason why we were saying, because it's not going to be by the minister. The minister doesn't lay the report. It's the chairman of the committee. So that can be done.
Honorable Habib, you know you are my friend, so we don't need to litigate on this matter. He's my friend.
Mr. Speaker, when it pleases him, I'm his friend.
Yes,
And in
Habib,
certain occasions, I am not his
Honorable
friend.
Habib, you are right. The mistake is emanating from the order paper addendum. Therefore, let's correct the Minister of Finance to chairman of the committee.
But Mr. Speaker, the deputy whip should know that I am his senior in leadership, and I can guide him on the procedure.
Please,
Mr. Speaker,
let us not litigate over this
so
issue.
You should listen to me, and I'll give you proper guidance. You seek the leave of you should seek the leave of the speaker to point out the error, make that correction, and then the appropriate person. That is how it should be done.
Honorable Habib, Honorable Richard Achampong, please. Honourable members, this document, none of you authored it. So it is coming from the table office. So I have a right to draw the attention of the members to the error and have same corrected. So same has been corrected from the Minister of Finance to Chairman of the committee. Please, Chairman of the committee, item numbered 1.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members. Item numbered 2. It has already been laid. Very well. Very well. Then item number 3.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I just want to be sure of what we are all doing. Mr. Speaker, the bill titled Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026, with a memorandum with a last paragraph ending, the bill therefore seeks to amend the schedule to Act 1135 to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil as well as road fund levy on fuel oil. Is that the document? Mr. Speaker, I just want to be sure. Is that the document being laid which is increasing
yes.
the rate of energy
Minister
sector
for
levy?
Finance.
Yes.
Item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the presentation and first reading of the bill has already been done when I presented it first.
So that's why I'm calling item number 3.
And so, Mr. Speaker, if I may move to motion advertised as item number 3, page 1 of today's order paper addendum, so that I can give explanation to the memorandum of the bill and what this bill seeks to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure whether the burden of my call has been answered. Mr. Speaker, I want to very humbly ask my colleague in leadership whether the very item I just read, which seeks to increase taxation, is what is being considered and is the same document labeled item 2 on the addendum order paper. I just want clarification.
Honourable Minority Leader, the motion that has been moved will enable you to debate on the basis of the explanatory memorandum from which you are raising the issue and the report.
Mr. Speaker, I've understood that.
So you have the floor to do
Mr. Speaker,
whatever you want to do.
Mr. Speaker, bear with me. I'm not a finance person. I lead a side that needs to understand where we are. Especially so when the matter before us was not originally part of what we had programmed. So I only want to inquire from the deputy majority leader whether item 2 on the addendum order paper is the same as a document which I have, because Mr. Speaker, I have some 2 documents saying 2 different things.
Well, so, what are the different things that they are saying?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. One document is reading, the object of the bill is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil and the road fund levy on fuel oil, and to improve compliance and curb diversion of the product. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion also reads, I don't want to bore the House. The bill therefore seeks to amend the schedule to Act 1135 to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil, as well as the road fund on fuel oil. Mr. Speaker, that is the first document. Then the second document, Mr. Speaker, that is the, just a second, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, so the second document is saying something else. I want clarification.
Yes, the way you read the first one, equally read the second one, so that we can follow you. Honourable Minority Leader, with all humility, let's end it here.
Mr. Speaker,
you
know
have
humility,
the opportunity
Mr. Speaker,
to debate.
Mr. Speaker, you know how, Mr. Speaker, I promise you.
Yes.
That
so
we
keep
would
to
have,
the promise.
Mr. Speaker, not when, no. Mr. Speaker, with respect. With respect. With respect. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, let's proceed.
Honourable members, the motion for the second reading has been moved. Any seconder? No. I will call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
So just ask for a few minutes for them.
Chairman of the committee, may you present the committee's reports?
No, they don't have copies. Why? Talk to Speaker. Because
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the report, Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, the report, they have not given us a copy. At least let us have a copy. I'm a leader. I should have a copy. I should have a copy. When the finance minister was minority leader, he would demand for copies. With his chief whip, he's seated by his former colleague, the roads minister. He was the chief whip. He would demand copies. I told you.
Okay, Honourable Minister, I understand you didn't move the motion you are about moving. You did not move the motion. Please, then you may do so.
Mr. Speaker, my attention has been drawn that the table office is loading a copy of the report on the console. And so, Mr. Speaker, we can hold on and for the report to be loaded. Then we take it back.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, for the time being, we can look at page 2 of the addendum, item 6. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can continue with the second reading of the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill. The report is now ready, so it can be.
Yes. Yes, Finance Minister. Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 3 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, government has noticed, and there's the need for us to bring to the attention of the House, of a tax evasion scheme in the downstream petroleum industry. And there is an urgent need to cure that tax evasion scheme. Mr. Speaker, there has been a potential revenue loss of about $25 million in the last 6 months, from January to June this year. And this stems from the fact that diesel has been misclassified as fuel oil by certain individuals. Mr. Speaker, diesel is almost the same as fuel oil. However, diesel attracts taxes of 3 cedis 35 pesos per liter, whilst fuel oil attracts tax of 25 pesos per liter. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in a differential of 3 cedis 15 pesos. Mr. Speaker, when we conducted the time series analysis, on average, every month, fuel oil that should be sold in the country using the time series analysis for the last 5 years meant that government of Ghana should be selling 5 million liters per month for fuel oil. But Mr. Speaker, strangely, we have seen that from January to June, fuel oil has gone up instead of the 5 million liters per month to 20 million liters plus per month. This represents 493% increase over the last year. Mr. Speaker, the incentive is because there is clearly a huge tax arbitrage. And so as a result of that, some individuals are taking advantage and smuggling, buying fuel, buying diesel and disguising it as fuel oil and collecting the taxes on it. Right, Honorable Speaker, government intention is that we will continue to give that tax exemption to industries. However, instead of ex ante, this tax exemption will be ex post. Mr. Speaker, ex ante simply put that you get a tax exemption ahead, now you get the tax exemption ex post. You have to pay for it as industry and claim the refund. Mr. Speaker, this will not amount to a tax increase. Right, Honorable Speaker, for emphasis, fuel oil is not used by motorists, it's used by industry. And so, Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, there will not be a tax increase on petroleum product. However, Mr. Speaker, what is actually happening is that because of the huge arbitrage, there is incentive for smuggling. Mr. Speaker, last year, when we introduced an amendment to the Energy Sector Management Act, we equally saw a surge in smuggling using the marine gas oil. Mr. Speaker, what we did was that we stemmed it by leveling the taxes on diesel to marine gas oil. All of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, we've seen that it has stopped. But Mr. Speaker, going forward, since January, we've now seen that the scheme has been moved from marine gas oil to fuel oil. So what we are saying is that we are equally going to amend the Revenue Administration Act to make the tax refund system relating to industries buying fuel oil, move it from 90 days to 14 days. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, the Commissioner General will issue a practice note so that using that practice note, that tax exemption will be given to them in 14 clear days. Mr. Speaker, this is to make sure that
I'll give you the floor after him.
This is to make sure that the government will reduce the costs of this smuggling. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, if care is not taken, the state will lose in excess of 1 billion Ghana cedis per annum on the back of smuggling. Mr. Speaker, the activity is indeed illegal, but the quickest route to fix this leakage is to level the arbitrage so that there will not be incentive for an individual or an institution to smuggle and sell it as taxes. Right, Honorable Speaker, to conclude, those smuggling fuel oil, smuggling diesel and disguising it as fuel oil are behaving as mini GRAs. They are selling the product to you as diesel, and then they are collecting the taxes that is due the state and keeping it to themselves. Mr. Speaker, this approach will stop it. And as a result of that, what will happen will be that those genuine industries that should benefit from this fuel oil will now get the opportunity to claim it from the Ghana Revenue Authority within 14 days. 14 days, they will get their money back. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
So largely this is a compliance measure to stem the leakage. I so submit.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, I just want to move that everything the finance minister said should be expunged from the record. Mr. Speaker, everything the finance minister said after moving motion number 3 should be expunged. Mr. Speaker, I said so on the basis that motion number 3 says that the Energy Sector Amendment Bill 2026 be now read the second time. If you read our standing orders, in standing order 1671, it says, when a motion is moved that a bill be now read the second time, a full debate shall ensure on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report from the relevant committee. The standing order doesn't give the minister an opportunity again to say everything that he has said. He was just to do that the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill 2026 be read the second time. The committee chairman is the one who's supposed, Mr. Speaker, the committee chairman is the one who's supposed to now present the report of the committee, then the debate will now come. But the finance minister, it is not part of our orders for the finance minister to get up again and then read the entire memorandum. Mr. Speaker, in any case, in the first reading, I had asked of the finance minister in standing order 1633, where he has already given us the explanation of the memorandum. But second reading does not offer the minister that opportunity, except the committee chairman who presents the report of the committee. So what he has done is alien to our rules. What he has done is not the practice of this house, and it should be expunged. The chairman of the committee should present the report, then we can debate the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker. Why? I'll listen to you. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the objection presently posed by the First Deputy Minority Whip is totally baseless and unfounded. Mr. Speaker, the record will bear there is one man who has been demanding for explanatory memorandum. Please. What is not happy about, Mr. Speaker, is that this side is on their feet that the current bill before us is to levy a new tax. Oh, please. The argument is that we have to levy a new tax. And so when the minister moved the motion and explained that it is actually to lead to a reduction, they are not happy about the fact that a reduction is being encouraged. And that is why you want the reduction to be expunged from the records. It won't. It goes to defeat your position. So, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is actually a member of the House. He has a right to speak to the matter in the manner that he has done. He has explained that it is not actually a tax to increase any rate, and it's actually to reduce. Oh, please, you have not even read. Listen to the finance minister. So it is the reduction that they don't like, the explanation regarding the reduction. And Mr. Speaker, he has to stay in the records. And please, let's speak to the matter and move them.
Honourable members, please. Habib raised an issue. The Chief Whip responded. I think on this occasion, they are both wrong. Now, let me state my reasons. Now, the first reason is that it is only when a paper is presented that you call for a short explanation under Order 97. Now, this is a motion moved for a second reading. Now, if you move the motion for second reading and you don't give any explanation, how do you convince the House? How do you convince the House? So therefore, the finance minister using the opportunity to convince the House that this is a motion that the House should agree upon is not wrong. So for you to take offense that the finance minister was wrong, I feel you are also wrong. So now I will call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report, and thereafter the debate will ensue on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the finance committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we are always in this chamber guided by you. And Mr. Speaker, if you read our standing orders very well, Mr. Speaker, if you read our standing orders well, Mr. Speaker, standing order 1634 give the minister the opportunity in whatsoever he has said in the first reading of the bill, even if an explanation is not requested under 1633, but 1634 says that the text of the bill and the explanation memorandum shall be incorporated into an official report. So whatever he said, our rules have made provision for it. But Mr. Speaker,
that is why,
if you read Standing Order 167,
that's what
which is talking about second reading,
that's what I'm telling
there
you.
is nowhere,
that
Mr. Speaker,
what
guide us. Mr. Speaker,
the majority chief whip said should have been applicable upon the introduction. That's what he has as of right. But if a minister or a member is moving a motion such as this, calling on the House to accept something, the minister who is moving the motion can convince the House that this is a motion that the House can consider. So he can indicate what the House should take into consideration in considering the motion that the minister is moving. This is not a wrong practice.
Mr. Speaker, we are always guided by you. Mr. Speaker, in our standing orders, if you read the heading of 167, it says second reading of bills. That is in Article 1066. 1 and 2 and 3. There is nowhere in our standing orders in second reading that offers the minister an opportunity to explain the entire memorandum. What happened in second reading is that the second reading, he just moved the motion, and the committee chairman now present the report. It is in the report. If the minister wants to debate or explain whatsoever, after members contribute, he will be given the opportunity to explain. But what the minister did, Mr. Speaker, we have been doing second reading in this chamber, and we do not in second reading. Mr. Speaker, I am yet to see anywhere in our standing orders that says that second reading, the minister have an opportunity to explain everything. But the chairman of the committee, in presenting the report, will tell us everything
You
and
see,
what the decision of the
Honorable
committee
Habib,
is. So what the minister is saying, Mr.
is
Speaker, I
there
still stand that we
anything
should respond to
in
that.
the standing order that says if a minister is moving a motion, he cannot convince the House that the motion should be adopted? If there is something like that, you can point it out to me, or you point it out to the House. So please, I will then call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is the report. This is the report. You have a copy there. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what the bill seeks to do is to effect a major leakage, is to effect a major amendment that would stop the leakage that is happening in the implementation of the original bill, that act that we passed in this House in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the current arrangement provides for two types of fuels. Mr. Speaker, we have the fuel oils that are meant to promote industrial growth. And therefore, there's a subsidy on that to encourage businesses to be able to fuel their businesses at a lower rate. And then we have the normal fuel that we all use in our vehicles, which is taxed at a higher rate. Unfortunately, because of this disparity, people have tended to buy fuel meant for industries and apply them for
Now, members, let's listen to each other in silence, please.
And apply them for purposes other than what the subsidy was meant for. As a result, government has seen a significant rise in the supply of fuel oils, which is not consistent with the industry consumption. And we're told at committee that government is losing about $50 million a year as a result of this practice. And therefore, the government has decided that even though it still wants to give the subsidy to encourage industrial production, the amendment is to the effect that those industries will buy at the rate that everybody is paying for fuel and then claim the subsidy as a refund. Exactly, so that you come and claim as a refund. Mr. Speaker, that way we have not increased any rate, but we have instituted a compliance to ensure that when you say you are using it for industrial production, it is indeed for that purpose, and you will pay the appropriate subsidies and enjoy the subsidies. So that is just all that we are doing. But because we have to effect that through amendment in the shadows, that is why the minister is here, to make sure that the law allows him to effect this compliance arrangement and to plug the leakage that the country is suffering. The members were worried that there may be a situation where the government may not, or the ministry may not be capable of refunding those that have paid for those subsidies. And the minister made it very clear. In fact, the agency made it clear that under the ICOMS, they can program those agencies into the system to capture the true cost of what they consume so that the refund can be made available to them. And this was a major concern that separated the minority from the majority. And therefore, the majority were of the view that they still were not convinced that the ministry will be capable of refunding the money. But we thought that the arrangements that have been described provide a better avenue to refund the monies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we recommend to this House to approve this report by a majority decision and to approve and pass the bill. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, the motion for second reading was moved, report presented. It is now for the House to debate the motion on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee as presented. Honourable members, the floor is now open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Should I go ahead?
Yes, you have the floor, Chairman of the Energy Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the motion. Mr. Speaker, the motion for Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said this bill is to address significant leakages and abuses within the government fuel subsidy programs, particularly those intended to support industries. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we all agree with the ministers where he's coming from. But the minister, we asked the minister how are they going to refund this rebate to those intended industry users. There is no any policy in place. So we were worried that the minority side were worried that the minister will just make it by saying it, but without any evidential document to a policy in place that shows that, okay, in 2 weeks, in 1 month, we are going to give rebate to these industrial users. This is what we are saying, the minority is saying, Mr. Speaker, because if you said without any timeline, you are going to give a refund to the industrial users, that is 14 days, where is the policy document? There is nothing of that sort in place. So this is what the minority were saying. Because it's going to affect the industries, Mr. Speaker. These industries are going to produce a product for ordinary Ghanaian to buy. So what is going to happen is their products are going to be expensive without this rebate. So we are worried about this. So the minister has to let the House know that at this is a policy in place that are going to give a rebate to these industrial users. This is all what we are asking for, because there was no any timeline, Mr. Speaker, and this levy is moving from 24 pesos to 1 cedi 93 pesos on the fuel, and then on the road fund levy also 48 pesos. Mr. Speaker, we think that it's going to burden the ordinary Ghanaian. That is why the minority. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that is why the minority side decided not to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me hear from the Minister for Energy.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the ranking member makes an explicit statement. He says he agrees with the Minister of Finance on the problem. So he agrees that there's a problem. He agrees that that problem ought to be cured. The only departure, and the fact speaks for itself, is when the refund will be made available to whoever procures. And based on this evidence, it is simply like the input-output VAT. What he's saying is that pay on account, and then in 14 days, when you present the claim, your refund will be given to you. Mr. Speaker, umpewe. No, umpewe. To wait. If you don't want this, what else do you want? This is what we call policy. So if you say there's no policy, what do you mean by policy? Policy is simply a deliberate government action taken to deal with a problem or a situation. That's all. That is policy. So that is government policy. Government policy is that we are incurring huge losses, and we used to incur these losses with kerosene. When we were subsidizing kerosene, people buy kerosene and then they adulterate it with petrol. And it was spoiling or creating problems for people's engine and loss of revenue. So we took the subsidy off and used the money to redistribute rechargeable solar lamps. Because kerosene was for the rural folks for lanterns. So when we took the subsidy from kerosene, we then supplied them with rechargeable solar lamps, which is environmentally friendly, it doesn't consume fuel, and they could use it to charge mobile phones. I would only appeal to the minister that if he gets the approval, he should put in place robust mechanism, 1, to validate the claims, 2, to expedite action when it comes to the refund. I don't think that there's any room for us to disagree, unless, of course, people just want to disagree. This is innovative, this is positive, this is forward-thinking, and I fully endorse the action taken by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report that is laid before this House. Mr. Speaker, this report has two main objectives. First is to increase the energy sector shortfall and debt recovery levy and the road fund levy on fuel oil. That is the first objective, that increase of these levies. Mr. Speaker, the second intended objective of government is to address significant leakages and abuse within the government's fuel subsidy program and to strengthen tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, if the objective of this bill is to strengthen tax compliance, why are we not focusing on enforcement, but rather imposing another tax on the people of this country? Mr. Speaker, going the path of taxation does not address the enforcement deficit. We should remember that this enforcement issue is coming on the back of a bill the finance minister submitted to this House last year. And that is what is creating the problem. Mr. Speaker, none of us condones smuggling, but we should be mindful that when we want to address smuggling, we don't impose another tax, because this does not mean that the problem will be solved, because it is just like the situation as Chinua Achebe put it. Once the hunter has learned to shoot without missing, the bird also go flying without perching. So there is no justification, or there is no indication that if we introduce additional tax, if you impose additional tax, the smuggling will stop. Mr. Speaker, what happened to ensuring that there's stronger fuel tracking? What happened to ensuring that there's electronic monitoring? All of these could be done. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that we should know is that in the industry, it is not every business operator that is smuggling. And for that matter, for this House, when there are enforcement failures and Parliament is trying to put up a measure to stop that, we should be careful not to instigate a policy that will punish people who are obeying the laws of this country. And when we do this, it means that we are increasing the levy for those who are compliant and for those who are not compliant. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, we should pay attention to is when if you look at paragraph 7.5 of the report, it says that companies that use fuel oil will pay the tax upfront at the point of imposition, but taxpayers will not be burdened. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with this, because the burden, the incidence on the companies is a legal incidence, but the economic incidence is on the taxpayer. Because what is going to happen effectively is that if a company or a business or a manufacturing company relies on fuel oil for boilers, generators, or industrial heat, any additional cost by way of this tax will be passed on to the consumer. Their operational costs will go higher, their business input costs will be increased, and this will be passed on to the consumer. So in actual sense, the economic incidence is on the Ghanaian consumer, who will be consuming the product of these companies. The legal incidence is on the companies, all right, but the economic incidence is what affects households. The economic incidence, Mr. Speaker, is what affects you and I. That is why we think that the solution to the smuggling, the solution to this arbitrage that has been created by a bill that the minister submitted to this House, is not the imposition of additional taxes, but rather we should look at enforcement. Mr. Speaker, if I have the mandate, I would advise that the finance minister considers this again the second time and know the implication and the economic incidence of this on the Ghanaian taxpayer. We do not want to overburden the Ghanaian taxpayer. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, at a time that Ghana is talking about lower inflation, we should not, by the introduction of a new bill to this House, do anything that has a cascading effect on inflation. What is going to happen in the end is that businesses are going to have higher operational costs. They will pass the cost on Ghanaians. Inflation will go up. People are going to suffer. Our disposable income cannot buy what we are supposed to get into our households by way of consumption. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I end my submission here.
Richard Achampong, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, we should be very careful the kind of words we use in this chamber. All of us have reports before us. The report is not seeking to introduce any new tax. The issue is pay upfront, come and justify. If indeed what you are saying is right, the money will be refunded to you. How can this become a new tax? How can this increase your production cost? You were at the meeting. You raised all these questions. And those questions were answered. But we come to the floor, try to change the narrative, as if government is introducing a new tax. We are not introducing any new tax. Rather, we are plugging the loopholes. Unless you want to tell me you want to support smuggling.
They were enjoying from it.
People are taking undue advantage. Smuggling this product because of the price differentials. And we are saying we are pegging all the two products at the same price. Pay for it upfront, come and justify, the money will be refunded to you. Initially it was 90 days. The minister said, no, I will do 14 days. And if you don't like this, what again do you want? And you want to tell everybody that new taxes and it will affect disposable income. Which income? Which income? Production costs will not increase. You pay upfront, you come, you justify, the money is refunded to you.
Teach them.
And this you don't want to understand.
Refuser.
You understand, but you are forcing yourself not to understand. Don't do that. So, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to bring sanity into the system. With this same for premise fuel, people were smuggling it, and the beneficiaries were not getting it.
Thank you.
When we did it, right now there's sanity under the premise arrangement. The chairman is seated here.
Yes.
And if we identify another loophole, let's block it and make sure the real revenue is given to the state for national development.
That's all.
When you were debating, you were talking about revenue and the performance. These are some of the challenges. And the minister is trying to address it, and you are trying to go to town, misinform people that we are introducing new taxes. Where is the tax handle here? Don't do that to this nation. This export subsidy that we are talking about, pay upfront, come, justify, the money is refunded to you. And we are shortening the time frame from 90 days to 14 days. Mr. Speaker, with this, put the question so that we will leave out of this place. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Richard Achampo, that is why you are not the speaker. Yes, Honorable Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this report of Finance Committee on the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, let me avert the mind of my senior colleague Achampong that the name of this bill is Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill. So if you are not here to amend a levy which will impose a proportion of tax on a particular commodity, then why is it called an Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill? So it is important for the House to understand. It is important for the House to understand that the bill before us is seeking to do something that originally wasn't there. the position of the law prior to this amendment, was to the effect that fuel oil did not attract some component of levies. So we are in this house to consider whether we should increase the levies that are on fuel oil. But Mr. Speaker, the memorandum from the minister is indicating that there are some challenges in terms of revenue collection, including smuggling. But the minister is telling us that from the series of data suggested that the average consumption of fuel oil was hovering around 5 million per annum. According to the Minister of Finance, between beginning of the year 2026 to June 2026, consumption of fuel oil has skyrocketed from 5 million to 20 million. So, from the minister's own words, there is a clear indication that people may be smuggling or otherwise the input of fuel oil. But the minister did something that is fundamentally a problem. He has never conducted an investigation to establish the cause of this increase. The minister has not been able to provide adequate information to justify and establish the fact that the increase of 5 to 20 million is a result emphatically of smuggling. He is only conjecturing and assuming that if fuel oil consumption, which ordinarily was around 5 million, today it is going to 20 million, then his suspicion is that people are moving diesel and classifying them as fuel oil. But that is not empirically proven by any investigation.
You say they are moving fuel oil and classifying it as diesel, or they are moving diesel classifying it as fuel oil?
No, they are moving fuel oil. But it is supposed to be diesel.
Yes.
Yeah, so his suspicion is that people, because the price of diesel is higher than that of fuel oil, people are misclassifying diesel as fuel oil, making them benefit.
No, maybe you are turning it the other way around. Probably you are turning it the other way around.
Oh, no. Speaker,
because the issue is on the fuel oil. And then because of the subsidy to the industries, people are now smuggling the fuel oil in the name of diesel.
Speaker, so
because of the difference in the prices as a result of the subsidy.
No, so Speaker, hear me well. Speaker, hear me well. The issue is that consumption of fuel oil, according to the minister, has increased from 5 million to 20 million as at half year. That is fuel oil as classified today, the consumption. But the suspicion of the minister is that what is being consumed and termed as fuel oil is actually diesel, because the price of diesel is high.
No.
That is the position. So allow me to flow. That is the position. It is for that reason that the minister is saying that to equalize the price of fuel oil will allow the cost of fuel oil and diesel oil to be at par, so that there will be no smuggling. That is the position why the minister is here. So the minister is here to equalize the price of fuel oil to be equivalent to that of diesel, so that diesel that is suspected to be smuggled as fuel oil. No, that's clearly the position, Speaker. That's the position. I have been a practitioner from tax revenue point of view, and we have discussed this thoroughly at the committee level. So, Speaker, this is clearly the position. There is no contradiction to that effect. Now, the argument I am making to the minister and to this house is that that decision to introduce a bill to revise the energy sector levy, to increase the price of fuel oil, to be at par with the others as I talk about diesel is an approach that could have been cured by systems properly being put in place.
But this is a House of Record. Is it increasing the price or the subsidy?
So it's not subsidy. Subsidy is being removed.
Yes.
And now they are going to increase the price of fuel oil to the price of diesel.
Honourable Member, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my point is to the effect that when the minister and the ministry identifies a lacuna that is causing a challenge, he has an option to cure it using appropriate systems. And I am guided by last week's presentation of papers by the Minister for Finance to this House, where the minister told us that because he has problems with the collection of VAT by the e-commerce sector, he is bringing in a company to introduce technology to clamp the gap of VAT. We were in this house where the minister brought Pelican as a company to say that he wants to use Pelican to go and cure some challenges at customs. So why is the minister using a lazy approach or an approach that is seeking to increase price and increase legislation instead of using systems to cure? We are in 2026. Over the past 6 years, who are those behind the smuggling? Mr. Speaker, this is a common phenomenon in 2026. Who are doing the smuggling? Why is the minister not going after those who are smuggling and using the back door to introduce a legislation and to increase the price? So now you are punishing people. You are punishing people and asking them to come through refund. Once you could cure that mischief by passing or using systems to cure it. So, Mr. Speaker, my position and that of my colleagues is that nobody is opposed clamming over smuggling. Nobody is against it. But you don't need to cure that by coming through a legislation. You can cure it with systems. And this minister has told us that he has the systems. So where is the systems? Why is he not bringing system and using legislation? So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I believe that this bill is not being sensitive. This is another form of taxation. This counts to about 9 new taxes that have been imposed by this government since 2025. And the Ghanaian people are watching. Government to go with systems and not to use the lazy approach by imposing taxes on Ghanaians. And with this view, as Mr. Speaker, I want to say that unequivocally the minister should withdraw this bill and use systems to solve it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the treasurer's piece.
Yes, Honorable Baba Jaman.
Mr. Speaker, today I have just learned that where there is an amendment to an act or a law, it means that you are introducing new taxes. I'm wondering what sort of understanding is this? Because the minister, in moving the motion, made it clear that no new taxes are being introduced here. But you see, Mr. Speaker, in our language, they say when a person is asleep, if you want to wake him up, you can wake him up easily. But when the person pretends to be asleep, you do everything and the person will not wake up. And I think that is what is happening here. Even though the minister and other speakers on this side have made it clear that there is no new tax, my friends on the other side continue to hammer that there is a new tax, and even saying that an amendment means a new tax. Mr. Speaker, what is happening here? And I think that is why the minister is succeeding in his office. The minister is succeeding because he is trying to plug all leakages. Where there's any leakage, he is trying to plug. What is saying here? What is he saying here? He's saying that because people are smuggling, diverting, and doing all sort of things, pay up front at the end of the day, come and take your money. Does that mean a new tax? And so I wanted to agree with my friend on the other side. The only person I think that has shown some understanding of what is happening here. Because what he's saying is that we should bring policies to ensure that people take their money on time. And we don't have a situation where people have to come and queue for their money after they have paid it. I agree that the 14 days that they have introduced, they must bring policies to ensure that people will not come and queue. But to say that this document that I'm holding, which clearly spells out what is going to happen, is an introduction of new tax, is being disingenuous to the fact. Please, I think that we all agree, both sides, we agree that there is a problem. That problem must be solved. The minister has come out with a strategy to solve it. We don't want it, and you are saying that no, he should withdraw it. Mr. Speaker, I will urge those on this side and those who are not deliberately sleeping, but are really sleeping and are waking up, to support this bill so that at the end of the day, this country will benefit from what it is doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the word that my friend is the only one that has the understanding should be expunged from the record as if it does not exist. Yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister chose this day, being the last day that Parliament is rising, when the ordinary Ghanaian worker has closed from work, to come to this house in the name of addressing smuggling. He's imposing additional burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said a Minister of Finance is not measured by the levels of expenditure, but he's measured by the level of prudence, how he manages the economy and all. So the question to be asked, is this imposition of taxation part of the management of the economy? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Yabuama Nyako, Mr. Speaker, argued, and I want to associate with that argument. His submission was to the effect that if the minister has identified some smuggling, some loopholes, his duty is to fix it. You don't come here lamenting and you come imposing tax. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Honorable Dr. John Jinapo. He was struggling. He was struggling to support this levy. Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, these gentlemen have forgotten what they said in opposition. Mr. Speaker, when they launched their manifesto, they told the whole country that no more taxation, no more levies. What do we see today? Electricity tariffs, almost 30%. Almost 30%. You impose 1 Ghana cedi per liter on petroleum products we buy at the pump. Today is the last day for Parliament. He lays this report, brings this bill, they rush it through at the Finance Committee. The minority members on the committee are asking questions. The Honorable Chairman, Adongo, says no, he is in the majority. So, majority decision. Mr. Speaker, we have seen one too many rescissions just because they didn't listen. And we know they won't listen. So, the finance minister is here. All he wants to do is to get this thing passed so that he goes. Mr. Speaker, what is happening to us is a reset. Mr. Speaker, you have to stop the roads and highways.
I haven't heard the roads and highways minister. Please continue. You requested earlier that he should be warned. What was the response? Honorable members, let's listen to each other in silence.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
I will reserve the rest of my argument in my closing remarks. I wouldn't press further. It is obvious that the prudent way of managing this economy is to impose more taxes, according to the NDC. Mr. Speaker, it's a sad evening. It's a very sad evening for our country. It's a very sad evening for our country. A government that does not keep to its promises on principle, double standard, that takes the people for granted. How can you say we should pay more taxes?
You have the floor.
Yes, I know I have the floor. What is happening is not done by backbenchers, by senior members.
Honourable members, with all due respect, let's listen to the minority leader with rapt attention and in silence. Very well. If they continue, I will place their name into the record.
Mr. Speaker, how can the Minister of Finance choose this day, being the last day, smuggle this tax. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana were not promised more taxes. Under the reset, they were promised reliefs. This government cannot mention a single relief it has given to the people of Ghana. Not one. The Honorable Minister for Energy and Green Transition said it's policy. What policy? A policy to complicate the lives of the people? That is what you call policy? Honorable Minister of Energy, I heard you. You are justifying a policy that is aimed at burdening the ordinary Ghanaian. All too soon you forgot it when you were ranking member. Mr. Speaker, and now we say road fund. They say this part of this is going to road fund. Has the Minister of Roads and Highways put in place the systems to address the loopholes at the road fund? You need systems. You need a proper software that would account. You don't need imposition of levies. You need to do the right thing. But Mr. Speaker, you know, these are our friends. They don't take advice. Mr. Speaker, they don't take advice. Mr. Speaker, for them, it is 189. Therefore, they will do everything and anything as it pleases them. So who am I? Mr. Speaker, who am I? Mr. Speaker, look at what the IMF said about the losses in the gold for reserve policy. 9.6 billion cedis. That could have been used to address some of these concerns. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for public sector reforms, they could have engaged her office with sufficient resources to undertake reforms. They won't do that. No reforms, no public sector reforms. And they have a convenient way, impose taxes and levies. This is not what the NDC promised the people of Ghana. One, you have failed in this one job, 3 shifts. 2, women banking, you have failed. 3, cocoa farmers, you have disappointed them. 4, you have increased tariffs by almost 30%. And you also impose 1 cedi per liter. Today, you are increasing taxes. Today. And Parliament has not been given the opportunity to fully analyze this. The minority side. You rush them because you have the numbers. This is your definition of democracy. Mr. Speaker, the NDC's definition of democracy. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when the finance minister was minority leader. Hey, can you do this? Mr. Speaker, has a way he would button his suit. He has this tie, Hermes. That is the one he puts on. And you come with speed. He said, no, Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, today. Oh, really, Mr. Speaker? The finance minister, Dr. Atuforsen, as he then was minority leader. Mr. Speaker, he never supported taxation in this house. Where is he now? And the energy minister, the way he argued back in the day, today, is it you? Is it you? Is it you, Dr. Jinapo? Is it you supporting imposition of levies on the people of Ghana? You are supporting this? And Mr. Kwame Agboja. Mr. Kwame Agboja, I want to remind each and every one of you what you said in opposition. You see, today, posterity has exposed you. Time has exposed you. Today, Adongo, who serves on the Bank of Ghana board, is supporting imposition of levy. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip, Honorable Kwame Eche Roxon, the Fiamekpo, Mr. Speaker, who used to raise procedural issues. A man of procedure today, he says we should use today to impose this levy. Today, he says that the procedure doesn't matter. He says Parliament should not scrutinize. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister's deputy, Member of Parliament for Eswajaman, and Deputy Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, he was serving on the Finance Committee and later became chair of the Budget Committee. Mr. Speaker, I have all his contributions. Today, Honorable Ampim, you are supporting imposition of levies. Mr. Speaker, they've been caught by their own words. We wash our hands. You came into office, all you know is rather to burden the ordinary Ghanaian with taxes and levies. And when we speak as minority, you use state institutions, Yoko, to threaten the minority. Yes, that's what you do. That is what you do. You harass our people. You want to do them shut up. We will not shut up today. We will not shut up tomorrow. Much as we are not against accountability, we are against the oppression. You cannot use this to stop us. You are bringing a bill in the night to impose levies, and when we speak, the next man you threaten with arrest, and you call for bail. That go and bring property before bail. Mr. Speaker, you can match every minority member to court. Get the court to imprison all minority members. Even in prison, minority members will speak from prison. Mr. Speaker, if we don't checkmate you, the majority, this country would move in the wrong direction. Our duty is to stop you from chewing and biting excesses of power. The Constitution is there to control your actions. Today, you see no evil, you hear no evil. When you even see, you can't speak because you are benefited. Mr. Speaker, we are worried. And every Democrat in this chamber must be worried by the actions of government intimidating the minority because we are critics. We've been constructive enough. We don't obstruct you. We tell you the truth. Our members are being intimidated by day. Every now and then, BNI, Iyoko, BNI, Iyoko. Let me tell you, I speak the way I speak because you are taking too much advantage of the power given you. Just because we criticize you. But you are also in office. Mr. Speaker, you are also in office. Our people are going through too much intimidation. You must stop. You must stop. It's all part of your strategy to frustrate the opposition. When you were in opposition, this is not what we did to you. And it was wrong. Yes. Yes. He knows we never enjoyed that. You know.
I would be invited. Don't worry. You should sit down then. None of us enjoyed or supported any human rights abuses. And those who know. Today, have you spoken against any human rights abuses? I challenge any of you to come public against the human rights abuses against the minority. They are your colleagues. You sit on committees with them, and you unleash BNI and Yoko on our members. Mr. Speaker, that said, Mr. Speaker, they cannot talk about time. If you want to do it right, you should have come yesterday or last week. Why did you choose today? Why did you choose tonight? So please, let me make my point. I recall back in the days, Honorable ASK Bagbin, minority leader, he fought for the rights of the minority. He fought. It is my duty to remind you that what you are doing is wrong. You can't have us in this chamber to support government business, and then when you finish, you want to intimidate our members. Honorable Bagbin, Member of Parliament for Nadole Kalio, as he then was, fought for the right of the minority back in the day. I am doing the same thing. What you are doing is wrong. Democracy doesn't mean that when you have the power, you should use it to intimidate the minority. Use the power wisely. And let's work together as Democrats. Mr. Speaker, that said, we, the mighty minority, reject this imposition. We don't want it. We want the people of Ghana to know that when the time came for us to support them, we stood for them. You don't care about them, and it's your full responsibility. Take your sins and carry your sins alone. We are not part of this. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes, Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the records, government is not imposing a new tax. Mr. Speaker, what government is seeking to do is to convert the subsidy from an ex-ante subsidy to ex-post subsidy. Mr. Speaker, let me take my time to explain the difference between an ex-ante subsidy and ex-post subsidy. Right, Honorable Speaker, a subsidy that is paid after the event and after you have already incurred the costs or when the activity is done is what we call ex-post subsidy. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed the opposite of an ex-ante subsidy where you pay before the event. Mr. Speaker, the difference is that the timing differs between an ex-ante subsidy and ex-post subsidy. Mr. Speaker, when the subsidy is paid upfront, it is called ex-ante subsidy. But when the subsidy is paid after and a refund or reimbursement is given after the event, then it becomes an ex-post subsidy. Mr. Speaker, we have observed an abuse. We have observed some significant leakage. Mr. Speaker, one would have thought that a party in opposition that is positioning itself as a government in waiting will be the one to support a leakage in the revenue administration. So, Speaker, rather we are hearing that the leakage must continue and that they are terming this as subsidy, as a new tax. Mr. Speaker, no, this is not a new tax. No wonder, once upon a time, review of the free SHS was seen as cancelling free SHS. No wonder. Mr. Speaker, however, we have reviewed the free SHS by providing a dedicated sources of funding for it to be sustained going into the future. So, Speaker, this is exactly what we are trying to do. We are fixing the leakage and the abuse of the subsidy. So, Speaker, countries have moved around. And so, Mr. Speaker, let no one create that impression that this government is introducing a new tax. The tax already exists. However, the subsidy is what we have changed. Instead of getting it up front, you will now pay for the subsidy and justify it and get your refund. That's it. That's all. Mr. Speaker, that is modern tax policy. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, tax policy is the most dynamic laws you can find in any country. This is because, Mr. Speaker, it reflects the behavior of the society. Because, Mr. Speaker, whilst you plan, individuals and others are also finding ways around it to avoid the tax. And so it is the responsibility of the government of the day to be dynamic. We are only being dynamic. As you know, we are dynamic and very proactive. So, Mr. Speaker, that is all what we are solving. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil and the road fund levy on fuel oil, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026 is now duly read for the second time. And now the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026 is at consideration stage. All members, all member, why are you turning your back to the mace? All members, the schedule to Act 1135. Chairman of the committee. No, read. You should read.
Schedule to Act 1135 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment from the committee. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The schedule to Act 1135 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the long title.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil and the road fund levy on fuel oil, and to provide for related matters.
All members, any proposed amendment to the schedule, to the long title?
Chairman, we have no amendment.
All members, the committee doesn't have amendment to the long title. Is there any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. All members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill, and that brings us to the end of consideration stage of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026. Honourable members, let's now take the motion numbered 4 on the order paper addendum, page 1. Minister responsible for finance.
Right,
Yes.
Honourable Speaker.
Motion numbered 5.
Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on fuel oil and the road fund levy on fuel oil, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2026 is now read for the third time and duly passed. Yes. Yes, majority, Chief Whip.
Speaker, have we taken all your reports? Speaker, may we suspend for 10 minutes? Yes. No. So we suspend for 10 minutes. And then, so that we can come back in 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker is ready.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we can take that suspension.
All members, the House is accordingly suspended for 10 minutes.
They manage the system so well.
Honorable members, let me welcome all of you from the long suspension of sitting. I took the opportunity to listen to your leaders, and they gave me a very thorough brief. And I want to take this opportunity to commend all of you for a good work done. I wasn't sure you could complete all the work that I read on the order paper. Yes, a few are left, particularly the order paper addendum. We have discussed that extensively, and we have come to the position that they should be considered in the next meeting. To be frank with you, I just had to listen to your leaders. I thought we could have had just a few minutes to do them, but they adduced some good reasons why we should defer them to the next meeting. And since decisions are taken by the House, I only guide you, and the reasons they gave persuaded me to accept. And so those items will be deferred to the next meeting. Now, before I came, I received a communication from the President, which is the usual communication of absence from Ghana. And since today is the last day, I have to read it to you, and then we could take and recede to our constituencies. It is dated today, 31st July 2026, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally notify you of my intention to travel outside the country on Sunday, 2nd August 2026, for a state visit to Jamaica from 2nd to 5th August to participate in the Emancipation and Independence celebrations. I will return to Ghana in the evening of 5th August 2026. In my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang, shall perform my duties in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. With this, I want to let us make the usual closing remarks. And I will give the opportunity to the minority leader to start first, then the deputy majority leader, who I'm told has been instructed to hold the fort in the absence of the majority leader. Then after that, I'll just read my closing remarks, and then we call it a day. So, yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, Speaker, before doing my closing remarks, I pray that you indulge me to put a matter of grave concern to the minority before you. Mr. Speaker, as you may be well aware, somewhere last year, as a result of some miscommunication, the minority, as a result, is not properly represented on delegations as well as the Pan-African Parliament and ECOWAS Parliament. So, Speaker, we've agreed to get this matter resolved, and true to it, the matter has been resolved. The majority side insisted on a text of communication coming from the minority front bench, which for the purpose of transparency, it was done and handed over. And the understanding was that this matter will be dealt with whilst you are seated. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the other paper had the matter advertised, and the majority leader insisted that he wanted the terms of the discussion scripted so that he would also have it on record in order not to entertain possible surprises. We obliged. Today is our last day. Mr. Speaker, before his exit, the understanding was that the clerk would get this advertised so that we do what we all agreed to do whilst you preside. The deputy majority leader related to this, we both understood that this must be done. Mr. Speaker, for us as minority, all we have is a space for advocacy and the work of Parliament. If for 1 year, 6 months, the minority is not getting its voice heard on official delegations and on international platforms where, as of right, we are entitled, then, Mr. Speaker, the pluralism in democracy is not being given effect to. In any event, what occasioned that very decision was done in bad faith and on the blind side. But be that as it may, we said let it go. Our colleague Patrick Boama, was made an observer. We've let that settle. My deputy is supposed to be on committees. My colleague Mavis in Kansa Buedu and other members who are supposed to be on delegations. Because of this standstill, none of us in the minority is represented. Mr. Speaker, on the recent NCSL, it was only me, because this matter has not been settled, and the minority chief whip, who by the practice and convention is there. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge my colleagues in majority that Parliament will not come to an end upon expiration of this 9th Parliament. Parliament will not cease. There will be another Parliament, and another will follow. Long after all of us have joined our ancestors, there will still be Parliament. And whatever is happening on the records may become a referral point. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a matter I want to put across. Good faith is the order of the game. Where people try to smuggle their way with the slightest opportunity, I am afraid to say that it may come to a day that those who suffer may remember, and when they are supposed to extend a helping hand, they may also say that you mistreated them. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. I am saying this rather painfully, that we here are still unrepresented. I am at least covered by the ECOWAS protocol. That is why I'm still there. But what of my colleagues? What of my colleagues? So, Mr. Speaker, I have just made the point. It's unfair to us, but you are our boss, the presiding officer, and the head of this august assembly, who can direct and come to our rescue. After all, the standing orders clearly provides that as part of your bona fides, you are to protect the interests of the minority. Mr. Speaker, if the majority is not yielding, use your good offices to come to the rescue of the minority.
Minority leader, I think you've had the opportunity to put across your case. we have heard you, and these are matters we've been discussing since the first meeting of this parliament. We discussed it during the recess, and then we came to this second meeting. We discussed the same issue after this time. The majority leader is not available, but you have the opportunity. I thought you were going to just give a hint, but you are now going into details. It will not be fair on his part that he's not available and we are discussing this matter. But it's not all the discussion that the deputy majority leader was present, neither was the chief whip. The majority chief whip was also not present. So even if they are to say anything, they will not have all the facts that you are referring to. And whether you are referring to facts or you are creating your own, they will know. So we should leave it here until the next meeting when the majority leader is available. Then we can raise the matter and then settle it. I usually don't want to impose my will on the House. And as a Democrat and a lawyer, I want to always go by the rules and be seen manifestly to be fair and impartial. If not, I can do a lot by the standing orders, but that will not be building, in my humble view, the democratic culture that we want to build to sustain our fledgling democracy. So please, let's leave it at this. And could you kindly now give your closing remarks?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make this closing remarks for and on behalf of my colleagues in the minority. I do so with a distinct honor and high privilege. Mr. Speaker, I precede my statement with a quote from President Theodore Roosevelt, delivered 23rd April 1910, in an address at the Sorbonne in Paris, titled Citizenship in a Republic during his post-presidential tour of Europe. Mr. Speaker, President Roosevelt reminded the world of one enduring truth. Quote, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by the dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat," end quote. So, Speaker, relying on these veritable words, I say to my colleagues in the minority side, let Roosevelt's words strengthen our resolve. We will be criticized, called names, and accused of opposing everything, but we must not retreat from our duty. We must continue to fight. Let's shoulder on, scrutinize and hold this government feet to the fire, because we were elected to defend the public interest, demand accountability, and speak for the people, even when doing so is difficult. Mr. Speaker, in the same light, the Clerk to Parliament, speaking at the launch of Parliament and You initiative on the 9th June 2026, offered a fitting reminder of the wider purpose of our work when he said, quote, "May today's constructive engagement and similar future endeavors secure for us and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality, opportunity, and prosperity." Mr. Speaker, end quote. These words should again guide us as minority as we bring this meeting to a close. Beyond our political differences, Parliament must remain a place where debate serves the public good and where our decisions protect the freedoms, opportunities, and future of the people we represent. Mr. Speaker and colleague members, there is a moment at the end of every meeting of this House when the noise settles and the only thing left is a record. Not the applause, not the headlines, the record. What we said, what we did, what we had the courage to name. So let me be honest with you today, colleagues, and through you, with the people of Ghana who sent us here. Not because it is easy, but because it is old. And let me be plain from the outset, Mr. Speaker, our republic, under this NDC administration, is not at all in safe hands. We see already incompetence at play, majority tyranny in this House, and a timid or malleable judiciary are, together, suffocating the fate of our citizens in democracy and pushing Ghana towards the precipice. That is the case this speech will make, point by point, before this House and before the nation. Speaker, but permit me to first acknowledge two important matters. One, a son of Anlo goes home today. Mr. Speaker, let me speak of matters that are outside and above politics. As I've already said, James Victor Gbeho, diplomat, minister, member of parliament, a man who represented us at the United Nations and across our region with quiet dignity. We do not always agree in this chamber about everything we do as political leaders, but we can agree that he served his country well. Rest well, Dumega, Mawu Nayirao. Then again, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority, I extend condolences to the people of Dagbon. And in this same season of loss, a word to our brothers and sisters in Dagbon, mourning the passing of their overlord, the Yana. When Dagbon grieves, Ghana grieves, because the Dagbon stool carries, the Dagbon skin carries the memory of this whole nation. Today, in keeping with a tradition older than this republic, a regent was installed to hold Dagbon steady until final rites are performed and a new Yana takes the skin. To the chiefs, elders, and the people of Dagbon, the minority honor the dignity of this moment and hold you in our prayers. Speaker, let me now refer to the June disaster. Who will answer? There is a call. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I promised at the outset, there is no harder place to start than here. On June 29 this year, this country was hit by flood and fire. NADMO's own figures tell us at least 34 Ghanaians died and 6 went missing. 18 in the central region, my own home region. 12 in the greater Accra, the region that hosts this parliament. And 4 in Volta region, my paternal home region. Mr. Speaker, it is easy for numbers to become just numbers. They are not. They are citizens who did not come home. But silence is not an answer. It has been weeks, not a single official has stood before this country and simply said, I failed, I am responsible, I resign. There was a task force set up before the rains ever came with time to prepare and a mandate to protect our people. We believe that if it had done its job, some of those 40 persons might still be with us today. Maybe not all, but some. So let us be clear about what we are asking for. Not a witch hunt, an answer. Every member of that task force must be hauled before the appropriate committee of this House and account in full for what they did. Ghanaians buried their dead in June. The least we owe them is the truth in July. Mr. Speaker, colleague members, this is not the only silence this government owes us an answer for. A state-owned helicopter fell from the sky, killing high-ranking state officials and army personnel. To this day, no one in this government has accepted responsibility. A routine recruitment exercise for the Ghana Armed Forces turned into carnage, killing at least 6 young women who had simply come seeking to serve their country. To this day, no one in this government has accepted responsibility. Mr. Speaker, 3 tragedies, 3 sets of graves, and not one word of ownership from this government. This House cannot allow this silence to stand. We insist as minority, without qualification, that both the helicopter crash and the death of those young women at the recruitment exercise be subjected to the same full parliamentary investigation we demand for the June floods. Not a quiet internal memo, not a press statement issued and forgotten. A proper inquiry of this House with power to summon, to question, and to publish. Mr. Speaker, now it is obvious that numbers do not add up. If this government cannot give us straight answers on matters of life and death, we shall not be surprised that it cannot give us straight numbers either. On the 23rd of July, the finance minister gave us mid-year budget review. A speech this House is asked to enter word for word into our official Hansard as a record for history. That is a serious honor. It should come with a serious duty to get the numbers right. It did not. Inflation for June was given as 5.7% in one breath and 5.3% in the next. Mr. Speaker, this minority is not alone in raising the alarm. Civil society has independently flagged the very same rot. Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie, Executive Director of the Center for Policy Scrutiny, has publicly pointed out that total expenditure was quoted at one figure on page 25 of the budget document and a different figure entirely on page 26, against 2 different pending targets. He found the same pattern in our capital expenditure numbers. One figure on front page, on page 25, and another page 26. Mr. Speaker, when independent policy analysts and this minority are reading the very same document and arriving at the very same alarm, that is not partisan noise. That is a warning this government cannot explain away, because as Dr. Sarkodie rightly noted, these fiscal figures are, quote, the foundation upon which government policies are formulated, end quote. Speaker, a budget is not just arithmetic. It is a promise. When the numbers inside a promise cannot agree with each other, the promise itself starts to look like fiction. We therefore demand simply for the finance minister to return to this House and provide one set of figures told the same way from the first page to the last. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the government one more time. It is failing on its own promises. Mr. Speaker, sloppy numbers on a page are one failure. Broken promises to the Ghanaian people are another. And this government has no shortage of those either. Every government is elected on its promises. That is the deal. Tonight, we ask plainly, where are those promises? Where is the Akukon Kitinkiti? We were told it was an investment. Now the Minister for Food and Agriculture himself tells us the beneficiaries are simply eating the chicken. and sent him videos of their feast. You cannot hatch an economy from a bird that has already been eaten. Where are the nurses we trained? Where are the teachers we prepared? They sit at home, thousands of them, while the promise that gave them hope collects dust. They sit at home, thousands of them, while promise that gave them hope collect dust. Where is the fight against Galamsey, which we return to shortly? Where is the Women's Bank, still mostly an idea? Where is the end of family and friends, a promise broken in full view of the people who believed it? Where is the overhaul of our procurement system, when sole source contracts are still handed out like sweets, left and right, to whoever stands closest to power? That is not reform. That is the very road this government told us it came to clean up. The minister responsible for public sector reforms has since been rendered redundant. Her office is unknown, her work schedule not known. She has never been in any visibility. We don't know what she does. Where is the 24-hour economy? Where is the one job, 3 shifts? Where is the cost-free first-year university? Mr. Speaker, these are not our pillars. This government chose them, and this government promised them, and one by one, we are watching them fail miserably or collapse. Ghanaians did not vote for slogans. They did not vote for crass incompetence. They voted for delivery. Tonight, this government owes them an answer, not another speech, which will likely come from the deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the tribunal bill. Mr. Speaker, as if broken promises are not enough, the NDC government is now embarking on actions that have grave consequences on our justice system. For example, the enactment of a bill to create district and regional tribunal creates a lot of apprehension in sections of our society. Let us talk about the tribunals and start with what is true. Indeed, our constitution allows for them. Article 125 speaks of citizens taking part in justice through public tribunals. Article 142 and 143 speak of regional tribunals. This minority will not stand here and pretend otherwise. But here is what else is true. The same constitution allowed the president create a constitutional review committee chaired by the revered Professor H. Quincy Prempeh, a man of rare standing. That committee studied the very question of the tribunals, and in December last year, it reported to the president. Its advice was simple: expunge the tribunal system, replace it with ordinary courts. The president's own reviewers told him to close this door. Instead, his side in Parliament forced it open at midnight on Friday, 16th of July, while most of Ghanaians slept. This minority refused to add our voice to that vote. We stood up. We walked out, so history would have no doubt where we stood. But, Mr. Speaker, we have walked this dangerous road before. In the 1980s, public tribunals and community tribunals were accused of grave human rights abuses. They earned a name, not a kind one: kangaroo courts. Professor Kwesi Janka has called this bill, quote, a revolutionary monster nicely cloaked in fugu democracy, end quote, warning it marks, quote, the return of terror, end quote. Those words should not leave this chamber unshaken. Yes, the bill has safeguards on paper, I agree. It requires panel members of high moral character, but it also says plainly that they, quote, may or may not be lawyers, end quote. That means a person with no legal training can sit in a judgment on serious cases of fraud, tax, and mining crime, shielded by immunity for whatever they decide on that bench. Power without training wrapped in immunity is not a small risk a country with our history should entertain. If today the Court of Appeal says High Court judges are making mistakes in applying the law, what will non-judges do when people are hauled before them? And by the way, Mr. Speaker, let not the NDC forget that in our history, some of the people who have led or supported the passage of controversial bills have ended up being victims of its own afterwards. So, standing firmly behind our flag bearer, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, we the minority say to President Mahama, do not sign this bill. Send it back. Listen, for once, to your own committee. A tribunal bill to be used against your opponent today can be turned on you tomorrow. Nobody wins that game. Only the law loses. Mr. Speaker, kindly permit me to place on record that we are aware of the government position paper on the proposed constitutional changes being canvassed by the administration following the work of the Prempeh Committee. This is a serious and delicate matter which we will study thoroughly with our national party and respond to properly at another time. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the harassment of political opponents. We say to the NDC government, stop the harassment of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, a tribunal that can be turned on political opponents does not exist in isolation. It sits alongside a pattern this minority has watched grow all year, and we cannot leave this chamber this evening without naming it plainly. Members of the New Patriotic Party, including MPs from the minority, have been maliciously targeted and harassed simply for holding different views, using the investigative and prosecutorial powers of the state. We say without apology that this is both dangerous and wrong. A government that fears its critics has already told us something horrifying about itself. It is inflicting a new culture of silence on this nation. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we also place on record a shocking string of doubtful judicial decisions that has emerged in recent times. Taken together, they appear to suggest that there is one set of justice for the friends and cronies of this government and another altogether harsher set for its opponent. Ghana is bigger than any one party, and our democracy only works if the opposition can speak, organize, and challenge power without looking over its shoulders. And if every citizen, regardless of political color, can trust the same law applies to them all. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that bail regime has been abused, and it's had no less a person that Haruna Idrisu, Minister of Education, going public about how bail is being weaponized in our country. The Minister of Interior also had the occasion in this very house to talk about how bail is being abused. Mr. Speaker, if this is coming from senior members of the government, then let me put on record that so far, bail has been used particularly by Yoko to target the MPP with all their so-called investigation and doubtful verdicts. It follows opponents into the courtroom itself through how a bail is granted or withheld. This concern is not new, and we return to it because the problem has not gone away. We have said before, and we return to it because the problem still persists. Again and again, that our bail regimes have been abused. Opposition figures have been kept behind bars, in all but name, through conditions no ordinary Ghanaian could meet. Even as our constitution promises them liberty and presumption of innocence. That is not bail, Mr. Speaker. That is unlawful punishment, wearing bail clothing. That time has come for this House to close the gap that makes this possible. Bail should protect liberty. It should never punish a person before they are even tried. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious flowing from the above that free speech is under threat. If the state can use bail to punish an opponent before trial, it should surprise no one that the same fear of criticism is manifesting itself in another horrifying ways. This government has taken steps that look unmistakably like an attempt to revive the old criminal libel law, the very law Kufuor-led MPP government asked this parliament to repeal back in 2001. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, this minority has filed a bill to amend Section 207 and 208 of Criminal Offences Act 1960. Mr. Speaker, our proposed private members' bill was ferried to your office, and we pray that upon our return in October or soon thereafter, the minority will have the opportunity to pursue this private members' bill on this House floor. We call on our colleagues in the majority not to stand in our way or think of today's pleasures and convenience and say no to the amendment, for it will be for their own good and for their own future interests. Mr. Speaker, the sections that still criminalize insult and so-called false news are those laws we seek to amend. Those laws belong to an older, harder Ghana, not the Ghana we are building together. While we do not support irresponsible or reckless speech, we are of the firm conviction that no citizen should go to prison for mocking a leader or for getting a fact wrong. Those are matters our civil litigation should deal with. We ask our colleagues opposite again and again to join hands with us in this worthy endeavor. Mr. Speaker, let me set my eye on the broken promises of the NDC one more time. They promised a reset governance, but what we see, silencing citizens is one betrayer. But the biggest betrayer of all sits behind everything I have described tonight, and it goes by a single word this government campaign on: reset. They promised to fight corruption without fear and without favor. Ghanaians believed them and voted for that promise. So let us ask honestly what we got instead. We have watched the prosecutorial powers of this state become a shield for the well-connected and the sword-wielded against their opponents. Serious cases, once actively pursued against NDC loyalists and allies under the Nanado government, have gone quiet or vanished altogether. Meanwhile, the same power has moved straightly against members of the New Patriotic Party to mount bogus and politically motivated trials. Mr. Speaker, nowhere is this clearer than in the questionable acquittal of Madam Sedinam Tamaklo of the NDC. Was justice blind in that case, or did a party card open a door that stays shut for everyone else? We have seen a hurriedly written press statement suggesting the Attorney General intends to appeal the decision. The same Attorney General who did a terribly poor job in defending the interests of the Republic at the Court of Appeal? No, we do not have a shred of confidence in the current Attorney General and his deputy in this matter. A so-called reset, only reset in one direction, leading to the removal of a Chief Justice. It is recalibration of George Orwell's Animal Farm, wearing the language of reform. Mr. Speaker, the Galamsey menace, a tale of two standards. Nowhere is it that one directional reset clearer than in the fight or the absence of one against Galamsey. In March this year, President Mahama stood before organized labor at Jubilee House, and he was candid. He said he does not, quote, kid, end quote, himself, that his own people are free of Galamsey, describing how illegal operators simply switch loyalty whenever new government arrives. That is the president's own account, not ours. It tells us he knows names, or at least he knows networks. Yet, as of today, the Attorney General has not even taken a statement from the president to learn who those people are. no investigation, no prosecution. Mr. Speaker, the courts, the progress and a warning we see. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, having spoken of double standard, let me be fair, because fairness matters even in a speech like this one. And not every recent judicial development has troubled us. We commend the Supreme Court for upholding the constitutionality of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. That office is a safeguard for this nation, and every attempt to weaken it by bill or by bogus petition dressed up as consent should stop. But we also have a warning that the same ruling upheld the Attorney General's power to enter nolle prosequa, and this government has a track record of using the very power to quietly end prosecution that began before January 2025. That power must never become a shield for the connected and a sword for the powerless. We will be watching as minority. Ghanaians are also watching, as now it is obvious that computerized allocation system has been suspended in our courts, and in its place 3 judges have been assigned to handle cases of MPP members. What happened to the need for justice to be blind? And now, even as court go on vacation, some judges have been given special certificates to speed up trials of NPP members. What happened? What happened, therefore? Mr. Speaker, what our current justice delivery system has forgotten is that lawyers are entitled to their vacation, just as judges are entitled to their vacation. And clients, accused persons, litigants are required to freely choose their lawyers. What is the justice delivery system telling all of us? This comes after various NDC officials have been freed or given nolle prosequa, filed to ensure they do not open their defense in court. It is now one system of justice for NDC members and a different one for non-NDC members. Mr. Speaker, in the matter of the Supreme Court ruling abolishing the one man, one vote for presidential primaries, Mr. Speaker, by way of the delegate system, the party to which the minority caucus belongs has stated its position clearly. At our last press conference in Legon, the party decided to eventually open up to the one man, one vote, starting with 40% expansion in the delegate system. This new decision is a call on us to fast-track the process, and we will. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to say that I have covered a great deal of ground tonight, and before I take my seat, let me say what should always be said. Regardless of how difficult a meeting has been, thank you, and to your deputies for presiding over this House through this meeting. Your first Deputy Speaker has had difficult times, but in all of it, he managed to steer the affairs of this House. Mr. Speaker, we call upon the first Deputy Speaker to do more to embrace all of us, particularly we the minority. I want to say a big thank you to my colleagues, particularly those in leadership, on every side of this chamber, for showing up and doing your work. Mr. Speaker, let me, for emphasis, say to the young MPs, the first-timers, often called the backbenchers, I have observed the industry of many of you. Keep it up. Keep reading the rules. Commit to parliamentary work. You are writing your own history. Don't give up. You will see frustration. You will be intimidated, sometimes by your seniors, but it is part of the game. To my colleagues, the mighty minority, thank you for your dedication. And to the parliamentary service staff, led by Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma Jetro, I say to you, thank you. Table office, thank you for your hard work, making it possible for us to undertake our work in this chamber. For all those who assist, parliamentary service staff, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, I say a big thank you to you. And to the press, who carry our words from this chamber to the doorstep of every Ghanaian. A free press is not a convenience. It is the lifeblood of everything we are trying to build. I say to you, the press, thank you very much. We, the mighty minority, are grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, colleague members, as we rise sine die, I want to leave you with this. We stood for the dead in June, we the minority, not you anyway. We stood against tribunal built for revenge, not you. You betrayed the people of Ghana. We stood for free speech and free press, not you. We stood against Galamsey, not you. Wherever it hides, and for our courts that hold every Ghanaian to the same standard, including the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, when we weigh all of this together, one picture emerges. And it is the same picture I named when I rose to speak tonight. Executive incompetence, because this government has failed on almost every measure that matters to the ordinary Ghanaian. On the economy, on its own promises, on protecting our people from disaster, on delivering the reset it promised us. The majority tyranny in this House, because a tribunal bill its own reviewers warned against was forced through at midnight, and dissenting voices have been met with harassment rather than argument, and the judiciary too often timid or malleable, because the same law appears to move at different speeds for different Ghanaians, depending on whose side they are on. Yet on one thing, and one thing only, this government has shown real creativity and real discipline, finding ever more inventive ways to shield family members, friends, and cronies associated with it from long arm of the law. That is not governance. That is self-preservation, dressed up as leadership. But let this government hear us clearly. No matter how long it takes, the day of accountability will come. And that day will be after the 2028 elections. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why we did what we did in this meeting, Mr. Speaker. We did not do this because it was easy. We did it because Ghana is watching and history is watching. And one day, someone will ask what this parliament did in this season when it mattered. Let the record show that we, the mighty minority, told the truth. When we return to this chamber, we will still be here, still asking, still holding this government to account until every one of these matters is resolved. Again and again, Mr. Speaker, as I resume my seat, let me remind the NDC and its tyrannic majority in this chamber that their day of reckoning will soon come. 2028, they will lose the election, and come 2029, they will be held to account. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt on our minds that today you see us as mighty few. Tomorrow, we are going to be the majority, whether you like it or not. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable members, let us now listen to the Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I also start, as the minority leader did, by taking the opportunity to wish our heroes, Ambassador Victor Boho, the Overlord of Gabon, and our 8 hard-working Ghanaian officers, public officials, and our own colleagues who left us unexpectedly. We wish them all farewell. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity offered me to make these few remarks to give account of the business conducted by the House during this meeting. I first express my profound gratitude to the Almighty God for His guidance and protection throughout the meeting. I also express my appreciation to the Chair, honorable colleagues in leadership, and fellow honorable members for their patriotism, dedication in their swift response to the business of the House. Mr. Speaker, over the 11-week period that the House met, we have demonstrated why the Parliament remains the foremost institution through which the sovereign will of the people are fully expressed. Mr. Speaker, the House has deliberated passionately, disregarded robustly, scrutinized diligently, and legislated responsibly. This has helped reinforce the understanding that democracy is strengthened not by the uniformity of opinion, but by maturity with which different opinions are debated and ultimately reconciled. And debated for national interest. Mr. Speaker, throughout this meeting, Parliament has remained faithful to its constitutional mandate of legislation, deliberation, representation, and oversight. The business before the House has been extensive, demanding, and consequential. Yet, throughout the collective commitment of members on both sides of the aisle, we have discharged our responsibility with dedication and a deep appreciation of the trust reposed in us by the people. Mr. Speaker, this meeting has been characterized by an intensive legislative agenda that reflects the commitment of government to strengthen our legal framework while responding to the evolving aspiration of the nation. Mr. Speaker, although the House undertook various businesses during this meeting, one notable business undertaken by the House has been the presentation of the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of government for 2026 financial year, as stipulated in Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, this mandate was was undertaken by Honorable Dr. Kasil Atuforson, the formidable Minister of Finance, at the behest of the President of the Republic. The media review clearly demonstrated that under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and Dr. Atuforson, the country's economy has moved from macroeconomic stability to sustained economic growth while maintaining fiscal discipline. This clear manifestation of this macroeconomic progress is the unprecedented decline of inflation from 22.85% in 2024 to 5.3% in 2026. The government has also successfully concluded the extended credit facility program with the International Monetary Fund and met all the international financial commitments and obligations, making it attractive to international investment. The presentation of the mid-year fiscal policy review and the rigorous debate that followed demonstrated the unwavering commitment of Parliament to prudent fiscal oversight and responsible economic governance. The constructive contributions made by members from both sides, majority and minority caucus, enriched the national discourse and reaffirmed the central role of Parliament in safeguarding the economic future of our Republic. The mid-year fiscal review presented to this House reflected the continued effort of government to strengthen domestic revenue, manage public expenditure responsibly, and create conditions necessary for sustained economic growth. Recent improvement in macroeconomic indicators, the gradual moderation of inflationary pressures, increasing investor confidence, and renewed optimism with the business community provide further evidence that Ghana's economy is steadily regaining its footing. Mr. Speaker, while much work undoubtedly remains, these positive developments should encourage us all to remain steadfast in our shared commitment to economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, legislative productivity remained at the heart of our work. During the meeting, 16 bills, including 4 private member bills, were introduced before this House. The House successfully passed 8 bills, while carefully considering several others at various stages of the legislative process. Among these legislative milestones that the House achieved were the passage of the following important bills. 1. The Community Bill 2026, which introduced more restorative approach to criminal justice. Number 2, the Maritime and Related Offences Bill, which strengthens Ghana's maritime security architecture. The National Defense University Ghana Bill 2026, which reinforces our national security and defense education framework. The fourth one, Mr. Speaker, the Tribunals Bill 2026, which advances judicial administration. The fifth one, the Customs Bill, which strengthens customs administration, safeguard national revenue, and facilitate legitimate trade and enhance the efficiency and competitiveness of our ports and borders. The sixth one, Income Tax Amendment Bill 2026, that enhances revenue generation and mobilization. Value Added Tax is the seventh one, Amendment Bill, which simplifies VAT administration, improves tax compliance, and enhances domestic revenue mobilization. and reduce cost of doing business. And 8, not the least, the excise bill, which seeks to modernize the country's revenue administration and improving our fiscal management systems. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, these legislative achievements are not isolated enactments. At a time when global economy continues to present significant uncertainties, this government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has demonstrated remarkable foresight for enacting reforms that will strengthen the resilience of our economy, modernize key public institutions, enhance revenue mobilization, and improve the administration of justice, and reinforce the security architecture of our nation. These legislative accomplishments, Mr. Speaker, will stand as lasting pillars upon which Ghana's next chapter of inclusive growth and sustainable development will be built. Parliament continue to discharge its oversight responsibility with diligence and purpose. During this meeting, 173 parliamentary questions were scheduled for response by ministers of state, comprising 168 oral questions and 5 urgent ones. The ministers, in recognizing the relevance of these questions in explaining government policies to the populace, availed themselves to respond to these questions. These engagements also provided members with valuable opportunities to demand accountability, seek clarification on government policies, and ensure that concerns of their constituents were addressed. The House also took 41 statements from honorable colleagues from both sides of the House that brought forth various issues of national concern. Most of these statements were referred to the relevant committees where they led to the enactment of various proposals. Mr. Speaker, again, the House considered various constitutional statutory instruments approved by international agreement, scrutinized credit facilities, power purchase agreement, multi-year expenditure commitment, and bilateral cooperation agreement, which are all aimed at advancing Ghana's development agenda while ensuring transparency and accountability in public administration. The numerous committee reports, Auditor General's report, budget performance report, treaties, mining leases, government policies, and other statutory instruments considered demonstrates that parliamentary accountability extends far beyond legislative enactment. This is because every question asked on this floor, every committee report adopted, and every oversight engagement undertaken reflects constitutional obligation of Parliament to ensure that public resources are utilized responsibly and the national institutions remain accountable to the people they serve. This is the essence of constitutional democracy. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on the work of the House during this meeting, it is equally important that we reflect on the broader national context within which Parliament has exercised its constitutional mandate. The strength of every Parliament lies not merely in the number of bills it passes or the hours it spends in debate, but in the extent to which its work improves the lives of ordinary citizens. Ultimately, the success of our deliberations must be measured by the hope they inspire. the opportunities they create, the confidence they restore in the institutions of democratic governance. It is against this backdrop that this House has continued to provide the legislative foundation for Ghana's economic recovery, social transformation, and institutional strengthening. Over the course of this meeting, government has continued to pursue policies aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability, strengthening fiscal discipline, and rebuilding confidence in the Ghanaian economy. We are witnessing encouraging signs that the difficult but necessary reforms undertaken over the past months are beginning to yield positive outcomes. These gains have not come by accident. They are the product of discipline, sacrifice, and the collective resolve of the Ghanaian people. They remind us that sustainable macroeconomic transformation is never achieved through the shortcuts and haircuts, but through prudent leadership, responsible governance, and sound public policy. As Parliament, we have complemented this effort by considering critical fiscal legislation, approving strategic financing arrangements, and ensuring that government remains accountable to the people through rigorous parliamentary oversight. Mr. Speaker, throughout this meeting, Parliament has also reaffirmed its indispensable oversight. Beyond the economy, this meeting has demonstrated the unwavering commitment of Parliament to strengthen the social fabric of our dear nation. The coming into force of important regulations relating to social protection, national health insurance, affirmative action, and educational regulation reflects our collective determination to build a more inclusive, equitable, compassionate society where opportunity is accessible to every Ghanaian, regardless of gender, age, and socio-economic background. Mr. Speaker, our consideration on matters affecting education, healthcare, protection, and national security illustrates Parliament remains responsive to everyday concerns of our citizens. Indeed, governance is meaningful only when it translates into improving lives conditions of our people. Mr. Speaker, one of the enduring strengths of Ghana's democracy has been the ability of Parliament to remain a forum where opposing political views are expressed freely, yet resolved through peaceful constitutional means. Mr. Speaker, the exchanges witnessed during this meeting have at times been vigorous and passionate. That is neither unusual nor undesirable. Parliament was never intended to be an institution of uniform opinions. Rather, it is an institution where competing ideas are interrogated, policies are scrutinized, and national consensus is gradually forged through respectful engagement. On behalf of the Majority Caucus, I wish to acknowledge the constructive contributions of our colleagues on the minority side. While we may not always agree on everything or every issue before this House, our shared commitment to constitutional governance, and democratic accountability continues to unite us as representatives of one people with one destiny. I am pleased that throughout this meeting, despite our political differences, Parliament continues to function effectively in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, kindly indulge me to express our deepest appreciation to you for the exemplary leadership you have provided throughout this meeting. Mr. Speaker, your ability to steer often difficult proceedings with wisdom, patience, and impartiality deserve gratitude of every member of this House. I equally commend Honorable First and Second Deputy Speakers for their invaluable support in presiding over the business of the House. Our appreciation will be incomplete without recognizing the invaluable work of the Clerk of Parliament and the able staff of the Parliamentary Service. Much of what the nation witnessed on the floor of this chamber is made possible by our tireless work behind the scenes. Mr. Speaker, you remain the institutional memory of Parliament and the guardian of its operational excellence. On behalf of the leadership of Parliament, I express our profound gratitude for your professionalism and dedication. I also wish to acknowledge the Parliamentary Press Corps and the broader media fraternity. Through your reporting, the work of Parliament reaches every corner of our republic, strengthening transparency, accountability, and public confidence in our democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, as we rise today, let us remember that the work of nation building does not end when Parliament adjourns. Our constituents expect us to return not merely as politicians, but as servants of the people. They expect us to listen, lead, and solve problems and inspire hope. The Ghanaian people have entrusted us with a sacred responsibility. We must never allow partisan interest to eclipse the national interest. We must continue to demonstrate that leadership is not measured by political victories alone, but by the positive difference we make in the lives of our fellow citizens. This meeting has once again shown that Parliament can rise above division when the national interest demands it. May that spirit continue to guide our work. May we continue to strengthen the democratic institutions that generations before us sacrificed to build. May we continue to legislate with wisdom, oversee with courage, and represent with humility. Above all, we may continue to place Ghana first. Together, let us build a Ghana where opportunity is expanded, justice is upheld, institutions are strengthened, and every citizen has confidence in the promise of our democracy. May the Almighty God continue to bless this august house, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, before I adjourn the sitting until further notice, I want to share this important information with you. The third edition of the Democracy Cup, one of the flagship initiatives of this House, aimed at promoting sportsmanship, strengthening democratic values, and fostering national unity, is due to come on Friday, 28th August 2026 at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, Kumasi. There will definitely be curtain races. One will be between members of parliament and members of the executive. The main match is between Kumasi Asante Kotoko and Accra Hearts of Oak. We are reminding all of you and all sports enthusiasts to attend this important event. As you know, the intention is to deepen democratic engagement and to foster national unity. Honorable members, your continued support and active participation will be instrumental in ensuring the success of this third edition. As you are aware, we are already having serious discussions with a club in the UK. It is caught on, and many want us to have formal engagements, signs on agreements, and every year we are expecting to send young talents to. Why? You are doubting it? The Sunderland Football Club, the owner and chairman himself led a delegation here to our parliament to discuss and to start the negotiations. So they have an academy referred to as the Academy of Light. And that is where light, not life, light. And that is where Baby Jet and others were groomed to become the stars that you have. So we are entering into a formal engagement with them, and we also use it for tourism, where we are trying to get them to, in all their paraphernalia, put Visit Ghana. And so you see in their jerseys, Visit Ghana. We've gone far with the discussions, and therefore they are usually showing interest, and some may be around to see whether they can get some talents, because they are looking at the 2026 to 2027 season to take a few young people over there to attend the academy. So I don't have that intention at all. The GFA is very supportive. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, together with some private sector participants. In fact, the main sponsor is from the private sector. It's not being sponsored by Parliament. So we are leading under my canopy to get this done. But I'm not interested in being a member or even an executive member of GFA at all. Honorable members, with this, I proceed to adjourn the House. Sine die. The House is accordingly adjourned.